Chapter 76. Everyone divided their tasks and were about to disperse when Yaoyong suddenly said, "We were only thinking about breaking the formation, but we didn't think about whether the formation itself could be broken with our cultivation base. If our spells and magic tools were useless, wouldn't it be a waste of effort?" Everyone was stunned when they heard this. They had forgotten about this problem and didn't know what to do. Lu Ping thought for a moment and handed something to Yaoyong. Yaoyong opened his hand and looked at it. He exclaimed, "A talisman treasure." Everyone looked at Lu Ping in surprise. Lu Ping was straightforward and said, "I found it on a reef island. I suspect it was left on the island by the sea snake monster when it killed the Qiao clan's second young master, Qiao Xieying. Qiao Xieying didn't have the time to activate it and left it there." Everyone praised Lu Ping's good luck. The cause of this incident was Hu Lili. They had heard about the incident, but they didn't know that Lu Ping was on the reef island, ready to be the fisherman, and didn't arrive after the incident. Hu Lili looked at Lu Ping meaningfully. Lu Ping knew that Hu Lili would doubt him, but now was not the time to care about this. Moreover, he didn't have any evil intentions in that incident. On the contrary, he had the intention to save them. However, from his conscience, as a fellow disciple, Lu Ping should have informed Hu Lili and the other two in advance. Fortunately, the green sea snake came to disturb the situation, and Hu Lili and the other two retreated. Lu Ping didn't have to bear a greater burden in his heart, and only needed to redeem the small amount of guilt in his heart. Moreover, Hu Lili didn't have any evidence that Lu Ping was there. Otherwise, he wouldn't have survived the attack of the green sea snake. She could only assume that Lu Ping noticed the abnormality in the sea near Huangli Island and went to investigate. The most important point was that no one knew or believed that the green sea snake died that day, and that it was killed by Lu Ping. Everyone, including Qiao Shipeng, thought that the green sea snake that Qiao Shipeng was chasing was the one on the reef island. Zhenling was to the north of Xianqi Island, so the sealing formation must have been set up in the northern part of the island. Hu Lili and the other three took the invisibility talisman given by Lu Ping and hid on a reef island not far away, looking at Xianqi Island from afar, waiting for the appointed time to arrive. According to the agreement, Lu Ping would send a sound transmission sword to Xianqi Island within half an hour of the appointed time, informing the cultivators on the island of their plan in detail. When the time came, Xian Ling Sect's attention would be diverted by Lu Ping's sound transmission sword. When the cultivators on the island were sent out to encircle the island, the cultivators on the island would launch an attack to mislead Xian Ling Sect into thinking that the cultivators on Xianqi Island were trying to break out of their encirclement. This would create an opportunity for Hu Lili and the other three. At this time, Xianqi Island was surrounded by a deep blue protective formation. The Xian Ling sect cultivators outside the island attacked the formation with all kinds of mystic artifacts, while the cultivators on the island relied on the formation, using their mystic artifacts to block the Xian Ling sect cultivators' attacks. At the same time, they hoped to inflict some damage to the Xian Ling sect cultivators. For a time, all kinds of mystic artifacts danced in the sky above Xianqi Island, making it look like an exhibition of mystic artifacts. From low-grade to top-grade mystic artifacts, Hu Lili and the others had a feast for their eyes. At the same time, from time to time, monstrous waves would surge up from the sea for no reason and smash down on the island's protective formation. Or, a huge rock would suddenly appear in midair like a meteorite falling towards the formation. Or, a huge fireball, like a meteor falling from the sky, would draw a bright light in the air and rush towards the island's protective formation. Every time this happened, a spell or the projection of a giant mystic artifact would rise from Xianqi Island, blocking the spell or the projection of Xian Ling Sect's spell or mystic artifact outside the island's protective formation. This was a battle between core forging enlightened masters. Hu Lili and the others were dazzled by the spectacle. However, Xian Ling Sect's core forging enlightened masters had the advantage in numbers. Therefore, the core forging enlightened masters on Xianqi Island couldn't block the attacks in time. Every time the attacks landed on the island's protective array formation, the dark blue array formation would shake violently. It was as if the entire Xianqi island was shaking, causing Hu Lili and the others to be alarmed. Suddenly, a golden light flashed from the west at lightning speed. In the blink of an eye, it pierced through Xianqi Island's protective array formation, causing the Xianling sect cultivators to exclaim in shock. The core forging enlightened masters of Xianling sect also stopped their attacks, as if they were discussing something. Sure enough, after a while, 5 cultivators separated from Xianling sect's attacking team and flew in the direction of the sound-transmitting magic swords. Another 2 sound-transmitting magic swords were sent from Xianling sect's team, one to the south, and the other to the northwest. They were probably notifying the 2 search teams. Their chance had come. Hu Lili and the others suddenly felt an inexplicable excitement. At the same time, they looked at the direction in which Xianling sect's team was going after Lu Ping. In the blink of an eye, another hour passed. Nothing unexpected happened between the 2 sides, and they continued to practice according to their previous rhythm. The only difference was that Xianling sect's blood condensation realm cultivators seemed to have weakened a little. Suddenly, a long laugh came from Xianqi Island. Feng Shutao, you old dog, you and your bunch of shrimp soldiers and crab generals have been putting on a show for the past 3 to 4 days. It's really boring. Maybe I'll go out and teach you a lesson. One of the Xianling sect's group, a skinny old man in a cloak, sneered, I was wondering which bastard Zhenling sect hid on Xianqi Island, but I didn't expect it to be you, Jiang Xianlin. How disappointing. Another fiery voice came from Xianqi Island. There's no point in talking. Let's fight. It was Xianqi Island's enlightened master, Chu Xianlin. A cultivator beside Xianling sect's Feng Shutao said, Chu Xuancheng, you old fart. Today, you will die without a burial place. Another voice came from the island. Enlightened Master Shushui, you're too arrogant. Don't be so arrogant and slap your own face. Hu Lili and the others were familiar with this voice. It was Zhenling Side Hall's enlightened Master Xian Yong. As expected, a woman's voice came from Xianling sect. Old man Xian Yong, why didn't you teach in Zhenling? Are you tired of living? At this time, Xianqi Island's enlightened master, Jiang Xianlin, who spoke first, shouted, in that case, let's fight. As soon as he finished speaking, 5 gigantic projections of mystic artifacts rose from Xianqi Island. Under the protection of the mystic artifacts, the 5 enlightened masters flew out of the island's protective formation. On Xianling sect's side, 7 enlightened masters soared into the sky and charged at the 5 enlightened masters of Zhenling. At this time, another group of cultivators charged out of Xianqi Island, heading towards the northern side. The one leading them was Master Immortal Lu. Wielding a high-grade mystic artifact, the Xian Flower Axe, he brandished it with the force of splitting mountains and rivers. Clearly, he had also comprehended the realm of force. The 2 Xianling late blood condensation cultivators in front of him were forced to retreat. The cultivators behind Master Immortal Lu also advanced with all their might. Xianling sect's Feng Shutao laughed. Jiang Xianlin, do you think I didn't see through your Zhenling's tricks? The old man is tired of these old diversionary tactics. Not good, there's someone at the ceiling formation. Feng Shutao suddenly realized something, but it was too late. He saw a short spear flashing with golden light outside the ceiling spell formation on the north side of Xianqi Island. It pierced towards the ceiling spell formation, and at the same time, a few inconspicuous magic treasures followed the short spear and attacked the various joints of the spell formation. With a cracking sound, the magic array that sealed the teleportation portal was broken. Chapter 77. Just as Xianling sect's Feng Shutao realized that he was tricked, a loud crack sounded. The ceiling formation outside Xianqi Island was shattered by Yao Yang's talisman treasure. Feng Shutao flew into a rage out of humiliation and shouted, Sect disciples, kill them all. As soon as he finished speaking, 7 to 8 late blood condensation realm Xianling sect disciples saw an opportunity and flew towards the north. Right at this moment, a shocking aura suddenly appeared on Xianqi Island. The weather above Xianqi Island suddenly darkened, and the water vapor in the air froze, turning into sparkling snowflakes that fell to the ground. An ethereal voice sounded, "Which one do you want to kill?" Feng Shutao looked as if he had seen a ghost. Not good. Xianling sect disciples, retreat. Retreat now. As soon as he finished speaking, he didn't care whether the disciples below him responded or not. He turned into a streak of light, turned around, and fled. The other Xianling sect's core forging enlightened masters weren't slow either. They all turned into different streaks of light and fled towards the south. Just as the enlightened masters retreated, 2 more auras soared into the sky, but they were only as strong as enlightened Master Chu's group. When the Xianling sect disciples heard the enlightened master's words, the quick-witted ones immediately ran away. The rest of the Zhenling sect disciples, who had their morale boosted, rushed out of Xianqi Island and chased after them. More than half of them died. Zhenling core forging enlightened masters didn't make a move. He just watched his blood condensation disciples chase after the Xianling sect disciples. At this time, Hu Lili and the others were already brought over by enlightened Master Xianyong and Master Immortal Lu. When Yao Yong saw so many enlightened masters, he quickly said, "Enlightened masters, please save junior martial brother Lu." Master Immortal Lu quickly scolded, "Don't be rude. Junior martial uncle Jiang has already gone to pick up Lu Ping." Yao Yong and the others finally realized that perfected Master Jiang, who had been fighting with Xianling sect's Feng Shutao, had disappeared. Enlightened Master Chu was a straightforward person. "Little Lu, don't scold them. These kids are good, especially this one. His personality is very similar to the old man." "Yes, very similar. Kid, what's your name? What cultivation method do you cultivate?" Yao Yong didn't know why spiritual master Crooked Soul was asking him these questions, but he knew that there were only benefits and no disadvantages. Thus, he answered honestly, "Disciple's name is Yao Yong, and I cultivate one of the 5 true inheritances of our sect, the Heaven-Roaring Fire Tiger spell." Enlightened being Chu's eyes brightened and he said, "Fire elemental, and it's one of the 5 true inheritances. Not bad, not bad." The enlightened masters and Master Immortal Lu knew that enlightened Master Chu wanted to take Yao Yong as his disciple, but they didn't say anything. They just looked at Yao Yong, who didn't know what to do. At this time, Lu Ping was at the juncture of life and death. Lu Ping was hiding on a small coral reef island 50 miles west of Xianqi Island. Since Xianqi Island's defensive array formation had been activated, Lu Ping could only use the sound-transmitting sword from a short distance to the island without being intercepted by Xianling sect's core forging enlightened masters. Lu Ping recorded his plan in the sound-transmitting sword and injected enough arcane energy into it. After activating it, Lu Ping watched as the sound-transmitting sword flew towards Xianqi Island at high speed. Then, he turned around and flew towards the west. Just as Lu Ping was about 5 miles away, he saw a sound-transmitting sword flying towards the northwest. Lu Ping knew that it must be Xianling sect's cultivators who had notified the other teams that were searching for them. However, what Lu Ping didn't know was that there were 3 teams of 15 cultivators, led by 3 late blood condensation cultivators, heading in his direction. The cultivators from Xianqi Island chased after Lu Ping, the cultivators from the northwest turned south, and the cultivators from the south turned northwest. Lu Ping had to face 3 teams of cultivators on the west side of Xianqi Island. Just as Lu Ping saw Xianling sect's sound-transmitting sword flying northwest, he wondered if he should change his direction. Then, he saw 2 cultivators wearing Xianling sect's robes hovering in the air a few miles away from him. The vast sea was unobstructed. On a clear day, one could see the sea for miles, let alone cultivators with arcane energy. When the 2 Xianling sect cultivators saw Lu Ping, they smiled and said, "We were supposed to hunt down Jinling's blood condensation cultivator, but we ran into a fish that slipped through the net. Looks like we have to kill a chicken with a butcher's knife. Lu Ping saw the two cultivators' arcane energy surging around them, and there was a faint aura of essence hovering above their heads. He knew that these two were mid-blood condensation cultivators. His heart skipped a beat. It seemed like Xianling's sect had changed their method of searching. They were no longer searching in groups of 5. Things were just as Lu Ping expected. After Xianling's sect's search team narrowed down to the west side of Xianqi Island, each team was split up. The late blood condensation cultivator leading the team formed one team, while the other 4 mid-blood condensation cultivators formed 2 teams. Xianling's sect was confident that even if the 2 mid-blood condensation cultivators couldn't defeat Jinling's late blood condensation cultivator, they could still hold him off until the other cultivators arrived. The 2 Xianling sect 5th layer blood condensation cultivators were lucky, but they didn't know that the 1st layer blood condensation cultivator in front of them was the late blood condensation cultivator that Xianling's sect thought was Jinling's late blood condensation cultivator. Including the 2 cultivators who lost their arcane energy, Xianling's sect had lost a total of 10 first and second layer blood condensation cultivators. 6 of them died in Lu Ping's hands. Lu Ping saw the 2 cultivators in front of him, and without a word, he summoned a wave from the sea, turning it into 2 water pythons that shot towards the 2 Xianling sect cultivators. One of the Xianling sect cultivators snorted coldly. Child's play. With a wave of his sleeve, a gust of wind brushed past Lu Ping's 2 water pythons, turning them into a shower of water. Just as the cultivator was about to pull his sleeve back, Lu Ping's flying swallow sword was already slashing towards him. A loud, puff sound was heard, followed by another, chila sound. The flying swallow sword was pulled back by the cultivator's sleeve. Lu Ping felt as if his flying swallow sword had pierced through layers of cotton that couldn't withstand any force. Just as he felt a stifling sensation, his flying swallow sword was tossed back to him. Lu Ping didn't know that the cultivator in front of him was even more shocked than Lu Ping. Looking at the 2-inch hole in his sleeve, the cultivator was enraged. This mid-grade mystic artifact sleeve was forged with a lot of effort, and it was very compatible with his cultivation technique. Normally, he wouldn't have any opponents in the same realm as him, but now, it was cut by a mere first-layer blood condensation cultivator. Not only did he lose a large sum of spirit stones to repair the mystic artifact, he would also be laughed at by his fellow cultivators in the future. Just as the cultivator was about to vent his anger on Lu Ping, he suddenly realized that Lu Ping had already turned around and fled towards the north. Just as the 2 cultivators were about to chase after him, Lu Ping took out a talisman and slapped it on his body. In an instant, Lu Ping turned into a stream of light and flew towards the north, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Chapter 78. The cultivator whose sleeve was cut by Lu Ping said angrily, "That brat ran away so fast." The other cultivator also didn't expect Lu Ping to suddenly run away. If he knew this was going to happen, he wouldn't have held back his pride. Hence, he sneered and said, "Run? Where can he run to? I've already sent out a message. Senior Marshal Brother Hu and Junior Marshal Brother Zheng are already on their way to intercept him." Lu Ping had already made up his mind when he saw the 2 Xianling sect cultivators. As soon as they exchanged blows, Lu Ping discovered that the cultivator who fought him was a 5th-layer blood condensation realm cultivator. If it was any other day, he might have to fight him. Even if he couldn't win, he was confident he could escape. Unfortunately, there was another cultivator who was as strong as this first cultivator and was glaring at him like a tiger watching its prey. If Lu Ping delayed any longer, not only would the cultivator next to him make a move, but the other Xianling cultivators would also arrive. Hence, Lu Ping decisively used a water escape charm he crafted and fled to the north. The south was Xianling sect's territory. There were cultivators chasing him from behind and in front of him. His only choice was to escape to the north, even if the north was also unpredictable. This water escape talisman could last for about half an incense stick's time. However, after Lu Ping escaped for a few dozen li, he suddenly felt a sword slash towards him. A voice laughed, "Where are you running to? Come out." Lu Ping's water escape talisman was interrupted. He jumped out of the sea and saw a fourth-layer blood condensation realm cultivator in front of him. Not far from this cultivator, another Xianling cultivator was looking at Lu Ping with an expressionless face. Lu Ping's divine sense was blocked by an even stronger divine sense. Lu Ping was shocked. He knew this was a cultivator, even more terrifying than the one in front of him. The pale-faced cultivator was young, about the same age as Lu Ping, but his fourth-layer blood condensation realm cultivation told Lu Ping that he was a genius. The pale-faced cultivator obviously treated Lu Ping as an opponent to practice his swordsmanship. His first move was the Merry Wind 18 Swords. Every move was elegant and graceful, but also abnormally fast, aiming straight for the opponent's vitals. It was as if a gentle breeze was swirling in the air, unpredictable and yet omnipresent. The cheerful sword style brought about a gentle whistling of the wind as it danced in the air. It was as if a happy fairy was singing an ethereal song in the sky. The breeze in the sky gathered around his sword style. This was the realm of the wind-type sword art, momentum. Lu Ping's face was solemn. This was Lu Ping's first time fighting a blood condensation cultivator who had comprehended the force realm. Wielding his goose feather swords, Lu Ping used raging waves to fight the pale-faced cultivator. Layers of saber waves surged endlessly like the waves of the sea. Although the wind was omnipresent, so was the water. At this moment, the two were in a stalemate. When the pale-faced cultivator saw Lu Ping using raging waves, his eyes lit up. He didn't expect to meet a cultivator who had also comprehended the force realm. This made the Xianling cultivator, who was initially dispirited, excited. The Xianling cultivator behind him was also surprised. After 7 to 8 moves, the pale-faced cultivator had the upper hand because his cultivation was higher than Lu Ping's. However, after 70 to 80 moves, the pale-faced cultivator still had the upper hand. Lu Ping was still unhurried as he continued to execute his swordplay. Only then did the pale-faced cultivator realize that this Xianling sect's first-layer blood condensation realm cultivator's arcane energy was actually so strong. His cultivation was much higher than Yi Tianyun's, and he was attacking with all his might, but Yi Tianyun was still full of vigor and energy. Yi Tianyun's sword momentum was like a tidal wave, one wave after another. Yi Tianyun's sword momentum pushed against the pale-faced cultivator's sword momentum endlessly. Could it be that he wasn't using his full strength? The pale-faced cultivator couldn't believe his eyes. At this moment, Lu Ping's swordplay suddenly changed. It was as if a gust of wind had appeared on the raging waves of the sea. The water borrowed the force of the wind, and the wind fueled the waves. Lu Ping's twin sabers created a huge wave that surged towards the pale-faced cultivator. Borrowing force. The Xianling sect cultivator behind the pale-faced cultivator exclaimed. When the pale-faced cultivator heard the exclamation, his face turned even paler. Paler. The tables were turned in an instant. The pale-faced cultivator, who had the upper hand, was suddenly suppressed by the waves of sabers created by Lu Ping. He was only left with the strength to defend himself. However, the pale-faced cultivator had a high cultivation. Even though he was at a disadvantage, he wasn't someone Lu Ping could defeat in a short period of time. Not to mention, there was a Xianling sect cultivator with a higher cultivation beside him. At this moment, the Xianling sect cultivator seemed to have lost his patience. He flicked his right thumb and middle finger and a ball of seawater leaped up from the surface of the sea. In an instant, the ball of seawater transformed into a crystal-clear triangular spike that shone with a cold gleam. The spike flew straight towards Lu Ping's throat. The triangular thorn was still a few feet away, but Lu Ping already felt an eerie chill piercing his throat. Lu Ping let out a strange cry and threw out 2 talismans, which turned into 2 water shields in front of Lu Ping. At the same time, he jumped into the sea and slapped a water escape talisman on his body. Once again, he turned into a ball of water and fled towards the northwest. The triangular thorn was blocked by the two water shields. By the time it shattered the water shields, Lu Ping had already made his escape. The pale-faced cultivator lost the battle, and he was in a bad mood. He said fiercely, "What a cunning kid. Do you only know how to run?" The ruthless cultivator glanced at him and said, "If you didn't insist on fighting him first, he wouldn't have left this place alive. But he won't be able to run far. Senior Marshal Brother Pang is already chasing after him." With Senior Marshal Brother Pang's cultivation and speed, it doesn't matter how many water escape talismans this guy has. Hearing the ruthless cultivator's words, the pale-faced cultivator calmed down a lot. He said, "That's true." Lu Ping still didn't know that the biggest test of his life was already waiting for him halfway. Lu Ping seemed to have made some progress in his sword battle with the pale-faced cultivator. For a moment, he forgot to escape and was immersed in comprehending his sword skills. It was only when the ruthless cultivator attacked that Lu Ping snapped out of his daze and fled. If it weren't for his opponent's arrogance, he would have lost a layer of skin even if he managed to escape. An imposing aura suddenly erupted in front of Lu Ping. The seawater in front of Lu Ping seemed to have frozen. Helpless, Lu Ping had no choice but to stop using the water escape talisman again and jumped out of the sea. He saw a Xianling sect cultivator standing in front of him with his hands clasped behind his back. This cultivator's eyes were filled with surprise. He seemed to be wondering how a first-layer blood condensation cultivator like Lu Ping could escape from his 4 junior martial brothers. At this moment, Lu Ping's eyes were filled with horror. His divine sense swept across the cultivator's head, and he saw a straight stream of essence chi shooting into the sky above the cultivator's head. Essence chi wolf smoke. This was the essence chi wolf smoke that only a late blood condensation cultivator could condense with their powerful bloodline's spiritual energy. At this moment, Lu Ping was doomed. Chapter 79. Lu Ping didn't say a word and continued to run. This time, he didn't even have the courage to fight. Lu Ping had been intercepted 3 times along the way. He felt that if he were to fight against a 4th-layer blood condensation cultivator, he would lose to a 5th-layer blood condensation cultivator, but he would still be able to escape unscathed. However, when the pale-faced cultivator attacked, Lu Ping already felt that he couldn't fight against a 6th-layer blood condensation cultivator. Now that the pale-faced cultivator was facing a late blood condensation cultivator, Lu Ping knew that he could only run. Once he attacked, he would die. Lu Ping hoped that he could hold out for an hour. As long as the hour passed, the siege on Xianqi Island would be resolved, and he would be saved. However, when Lu Ping finished using his water escape talisman, Lu Ping jumped out of the water and saw a figure behind him. The figure still had his hands clasped behind his back, treading on the waves and following closely behind him. When the figure saw Lu Ping, he turned around and smiled at him. Lu Ping's hair stood on end. This guy could actually keep up with the speed of the water escape talisman. Lu Ping jumped into the water again and slapped his last water escape talisman on himself. When he stopped a few dozen li away, the late blood condensation Xianling sect cultivator was still following him. Lu Ping forced himself to calm down and slapped a blood-red talisman on himself. It was the blood escape talisman that Zhong Jian gave him before. Lu Ping turned into a streak of blood-red light and continued to run. The Xianling sect cultivator finally frowned. Suddenly, a wild goose appeared under his feet. This wild goose was at the blood condensation realm. It was obviously a spirit beast reared by the cultivator. The wild goose let out a long cry and flapped its wings, carrying the cultivator in the direction Lu Ping escaped. In an instant, they disappeared into the horizon. This time, Lu Ping managed to escape nearly 100 miles away. The power of this blood escape talisman was clearly much better than the water escape talisman that Lu Ping made himself. Lu Ping looked behind him again and saw that the sea was empty. Just as he heaved a sigh of relief, he suddenly heard a clear and melodious chirp coming from the sky a few miles away. A large wild goose was flying towards him, and the cultivator sitting on it was none other than a Xianling sect cultivator. Lu Ping cursed inwardly. He clenched his right hand into a fist and smashed it against his chest. He spat out a mouthful of blood and turned into a streak of blood-red light again, fleeing toward the west. This was the first time Lu Ping used the blood escape secret art after reaching the blood condensation realm. A secret art in the blood condensation realm was clearly 100 times more powerful than when he was in the blood refining realm. When Lu Ping stopped, the Xianling late blood condensation realm cultivator was nowhere to be seen. This time, Lu Ping could finally heave a sigh of relief. However, regardless of whether it was the water escape talisman, blood escape talisman, or his own blood escape secret art, he didn't change his direction. If the Xianling sect cultivator continued to chase after him, it would be difficult for him to escape. Thus, Lu Ping made up his mind. Ignoring his injuries, he spat out another mouthful of blood and used the blood escape secret art again. This time, he changed his direction. When Lu Ping stopped again, he was already in an unfamiliar sea. By this time, Lu Ping's injuries had worsened. This was the first time Lu Ping had suffered such serious injuries since he became a cultivator. Moreover, he had injured himself while being chased by someone else. Still, he could be proud of himself for escaping from a late blood condensation realm cultivator. The Xianling sect cultivator rode on a wild goose and chased after Lu Ping for more than 100 li. However, there was still no sign of Lu Ping. Unwilling to give up, the Xianling sect cultivator searched the surrounding sea for another 10 li, but he still couldn't find Lu Ping. Only then did he confirm that Lu Ping had escaped from his grasp. He couldn't help but curse in his heart. This time, he let a first-layer blood condensation kit escape. What a disgrace! Just as he was thinking about how to explain this to the elders of the sect and how to avoid being laughed at by his peers, the Xianling sect cultivator suddenly saw a sound transmission sword flying towards him from the horizon. The Xianling sect cultivator caught the sword and listened to its message. Suddenly, his expression changed. The siege on Xianqi Island had been broken. Jinling had already sent reinforcements through the teleportation array. Xianling sect's attack on Xianqi Island had failed. Damn it, a few early blood condensation brats ruined my plan. I'm about to retreat to Xianling sect's territory in the south. If I run into Jinling's core forging realm cultivator and get killed in a bad mood, I'll be in big trouble. Even though there was a rule in the cultivation world that a core forging realm enlightened master was not allowed to attack a blood condensation realm cultivator, this was the desolate sea. If I died, who would hold an enlightened master accountable? Furthermore, if I retreated now, I would have the excuse that I didn't complete my mission. While the Xianling sect disciples retreated, Lu Ping was currently recuperating on a coral reef in the sea. Fortunately, Lu Ping had always been prepared. He had brought some high-quality healing pills with him. These pills, which he had spent a large amount of spirit stones on, were indeed effective. They immediately suppressed Lu Ping's internal injuries. However, Lu Ping had used the blood escape art this time. Not only did he lose a lot of blood, but his vitality was also damaged. Without a month or two of recuperation, it would be impossible for him to fully recover. Just as Lu Ping was quietly circulating the sea wave listening art to absorb the 2 mid-grade spirit stones in his hands and slowly combining them with the medicinal efficacy of the pills to treat his internal injuries, a powerful divine sense suddenly swept across the sky from afar. It paused for a moment on Lu Ping's body, and a gentle voice suddenly sounded in Lu Ping's ear, "Little guy, so you're here." Shocked, Lu Ping threw away the spirit stones in his hand and prepared to use the blood escape art again to escape. The voice laughed and said, "Little guy, don't be nervous. I'm your junior uncle." Only then did Lu Ping realize that only a core forging enlightened master could have such a powerful divine sense. If it was a Xianling sect cultivator, he would have been dead long ago. Lu Ping calmed himself down and stood on the coral reef, waiting for the arrival of this enlightened master. A gentle breeze blew past, and Lu Ping's vision blurred. In the next moment, he saw a middle-aged man with a long beard standing in front of him. "You're Lu Ping." "My name is Jiang Xianlin." Enlightened Master Jiang Xianlin looked at the young cultivator with interest. There were injuries on his body, which were the side effects of using a secret technique. To be able to escape the pursuit of Xianling sect's mid and late blood condensation realm cultivators, he must have some secret techniques. Lu Ping greets Enlightened Master. "May I know if the siege on Xianqi Island has been resolved? How are my companions?" Lu Ping asked anxiously. Enlightened Master Jiang smiled appreciatively and said, "The siege on Xianqi Island has been resolved. Your companions are safe and sound. The blood-refining realm disciples stationed on the island have also returned to Xianqi Island. Xianling sect has already retreated to the south." Chapter 80. By the time Lu Ping told Enlightened Jiang about his experience of being hunted down on the sea, Enlightened Jiang had already brought Lu Ping back to Xianqi Island. Lu Ping was once again amazed at the core forging Enlightened Master's power. He had spent an hour, 5 talismans, and 2 secret techniques to escape, but Enlightened Jiang had returned in the time it took him to finish his story. After returning to Xianqi Island, Master Immortal Lu arranged for Lu Ping to go into seclusion to recuperate. For the next 2 months, Lu Ping spent all his time in seclusion. During this time, Yao Yong and the other disciples of Group 7 all came to visit, but their 7th senior apprentice brother was missing. He had died in Xianling sect's purge. Everyone talked about the peaceful life in the monastery and their 7th senior apprentice brother's death. Even Li Cheng, who had always been at odds with Lu Ping, was silent. Fortunately, Shi Lingling noticed the awkward atmosphere and quickly mentioned that the sect was going to reward Lu Ping and the other 4 disciples for their contribution in resolving the siege on Xianqi Island. Only then did everyone start to guess the contents of the reward. Hu Lili and Zhong Jian also came to visit Lu Ping. Zhong Jian even brought his girlfriend, Ma Yu. Ma Yu was at the 2nd level of the blood condensation realm and was one of the top disciples in Lu Ping's previous batch. Lu Ping joked with Zhong Jian that he had to work harder, otherwise he would be left behind by his senior apprentice sister Ma Yu. Wouldn't that be embarrassing? After being teased by Lu Ping and the others, Zhong Jian was no longer as thick-skinned as before. He just laughed and said there was no problem. On the other hand, Ma Yu's face turned red from Lu Ping's teasing. Hu Lili told Lu Ping about the situation between Xianling sect and Jinling. After Xianling sect retreated, the 2 sects started fighting on the border. Every day, there would be cultivators fighting on the sea. From time to time, there would be news of cultivators dying. But in general, both sides were restrained and there were no more battles between core forging enlightened masters. Of course, it was also possible that both sides had deeper plans, but this was something that Lu Ping and the others had to consider. Lu Ping asked Hu Lili about the casualties. As expected, Hu Lili paid attention to these things. She said that Jinling had lost over 50 blood condensation cultivators, and Xianling had lost over 70. Other than that, all the resource points near Xianqi Island, as well as the smaller islands under their jurisdiction, had all been looted. They had lost quite a lot of spirit stones. Lu Ping asked Hu Lili about the demon race's appearance in Xianqi Island Sea region to the sect's elders. This was originally Lu Ping's discovery, but Lu Ping had always felt guilty towards Hu Lili for obtaining Xing Tao's inheritance. Therefore, he asked her to report her discovery to the sect's elders. Coupled with Hu Lili's insightful grasp of the situation, he hoped that she would be able to attract the attention of the sect's elders. In fact, Lu Ping only took a month to recover from his injuries. As the biggest contributor to the rescue of Xianqi Island, after Lu Ping returned, he was rewarded with the best healing pills by the sect. The reason why he stayed on Xianqi Island was because Lu Ping's cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds after the battle. In addition, in the year since he broke through to the blood condensation realm, Lu Ping had been consuming all sorts of pills for his cultivation. Currently, Lu Ping had reached the bottleneck of the first level of the blood condensation realm, and he would break through to the second level at any time. After Lu Ping recovered, Yao Yong, Hu Lili, and the rest invited Lu Ping to visit him again. This time, the sect had already given them a reward. After Hu Lili reported the situation with the Yao clan, she received the sect's attention. At the same time, she was told to keep it strictly confidential. The sect rewarded her with 3,000 spirit stones and promised to give her 2 blood condensation pills to help her break through to the blood condensation realm. After visiting Lu Ping, she would go into seclusion to break through to the blood condensation realm. Naturally, everyone congratulated her for breaking through to the blood condensation realm. Lu Ping even gave Hu Lili 2 bottles of blood vigor pills as a gift, which naturally made them envious. Zhong Jian received 3,000 spirit stones, 2 bottles of blood condensation pills, a mid-grade earth-type flying sword, and a top-grade blood escape talisman. The talisman was used to make up for his losses. He only joined the expedition after being rescued by Lu Ping and the others. Hence, he didn't get much credit, but the rewards he received were enough to make the other disciples in the same realm envious. Du Feng's reward was also 3,000 spirit stones, 2 bottles of blood condensation pills, and a high-grade flying swan sword. This flying swan sword was of high quality, and it was said that it could be improved further. Among the group, Yao Yong was the luckiest. Other than the 3,000 spirit stones, 2 bottles of blood condensation pills, and a high-grade scarlet tiger sword, he also received Enlightened Master Chu's recognition and was accepted as an in-name disciple. Once he broke through to the mid-blood condensation realm, he would officially become Enlightened Master Chu's disciple. Even now, he could receive Enlightened Master Chu's guidance frequently, which would definitely speed up his cultivation. Among the 5 of them, the one who contributed the most was Lu Ping. Lu Ping could be said to have gained nothing from this mission. Instead, he was chased for hundreds of miles. He had to use more than half of his blood condensation talismans and talisman treasures to destroy the ceiling formation, and he almost lost his life. In the end, he was heavily injured. It was said that Enlightened Master Xian Yong and Enlightened Master Jiang Xianlin had expressed their hope that the sect would reward Lu Ping handsomely. The cultivators on Xianqi Island all owed Lu Ping a favor this time, so the sect naturally had to consider it seriously. In the end, the reward was 5,000 spirit stones, 3 bottles of blood condensation pills, an intact first-layer core forging talisman, and 3 items of his choice from the Tianling Mountains blood condensation treasure vault. Such a reward was enough to make a late blood condensation cultivator's eyes go red. However, Enlightened Master Jiang Xianlin still grumbled, only 3 items? What good stuff is there in the blood condensation treasure vault? Lu Ping didn't know what the blood condensation treasure vault was, so Hu Lili explained to him. Every sect had their own treasure vault to store cultivation resources. The blood condensation treasure vault was one of Jinling's treasure vaults. However, the items in this vault were usually used by blood condensation cultivators, so it was called the blood condensation treasure vault. As for Enlightened Master Jiang Xuanlin's explanation, Lu Ping didn't mind it. The blood condensation treasure vault was naturally nothing in Enlightened Master Jiang's eyes. If he really gave Lu Ping some heavenly treasures, Lu Ping probably wouldn't be able to keep them. Lowering the standard of the reward and diluting the attention of the cultivators on Lu Ping was actually a kind of protection for Lu Ping's growth. These rewards could only be claimed after Lu Ping recovered from his injuries and came out of seclusion. Lu Ping wasn't in a hurry. The most important thing right now was to break through to the second layer of the blood condensation realm. This incident on Xianqi Island once again showed Lu Ping the cruelty of the cultivation world and the helplessness of his low cultivation. This also strengthened Lu Ping's determination and courage to climb to the peak of the cultivation world. Chapter 81. Lu Ping's breakthrough to the second level of the blood condensation realm was silent. There were no obstructions, as if everything had happened naturally. His foundation bloodline didn't devour other bloodlines, but it didn't fuse with any other bloodlines either. A second condensed blood bead was formed in the space in his heart. Lu Ping's condensed blood bead was much larger than a normal cultivator's. It was about the same size as the 4 condensed blood beads of the 4th-level green sea snake, and bigger than Xiao Shipeng's condensed blood bead and the other green sea snake's condensed blood bead. Lu Ping's condensed blood bead was much larger than a normal cultivator's. It was about the same size as the 4 condensed blood beads of the 4th-level green sea snake, and bigger than Xiao Shipeng's condensed blood bead and the other green sea snake's condensed blood bead. After practicing the stone-piercing void sword technique, Lu Ping switched to the goose feather saber and started practicing the raging waves crashing shore sword technique. Lu Ping's understanding of the 2 sword techniques deepened. The stone-piercing void sword technique focused on momentum and explosive power. It was a sword technique that could end battles quickly. When the sword technique was used, one had to have an indomitable spirit. The raging waves crashing shore sword technique was the opposite. This was a sword technique that relied on the weak to defeat the strong. It focused on the continuous flow of energy, like layers of waves crashing against a boulder by the shore. It was more about the patience and indomitable spirit of dripping water that could wear through a rock. When Lu Ping was sparring with the pale-faced cultivator from Xianling sect, he vaguely understood another realm of force. This time, with the help of the raging waves crashing shore sword technique, Lu Ping once again entered the same realm. The realm of force was divided into 3 types. The first type was called force creation, which was the realm of creating a general trend in one's own technique. The second type was the realm where one could borrow the techniques of others, or even the enemy, to strengthen one's own technique and use it to counter the enemy. It had the flavor of giving the enemy a taste of their own medicine. This was borrowing force. The third type was the realm of general force. When one's technique was executed, it would be like an unshakable thing that existed in this world. When one reached this realm, one could often produce the effect of subduing the enemy without fighting in a battle. Lu Ping's other rewards had already been delivered by Master Immortal Lu. The 5,000 spirit stones reward had pushed Lu Ping toward 20,000 spirit stones. The 3 bottles of blood condensed pills were vermilion spirit pills, which were much better than China root pills. There was an intact talisman treasure talisman with a seal that contained a golden core stage spell called Flame Fan. The blood condensation mountain was condensed blood mountain, Lu Ping's still Lu condensation mountain. This was Lu Ping's second time coming to Condensed Blood Mountain. This time, Lu Ping came alone. As he greedily breathed in the dense spiritual energy of Condensed Blood Mountain, Lu Ping thought to himself that he should move the 2 mini-spirit veins to his cave abode on Huangli Island as soon as possible. Otherwise, his cultivation speed would inevitably be surpassed by his senior and junior brothers on Condensed Blood Mountain. The blood condensation mountain was built halfway up the mountain not far from the Heaven's Spirit Hall. It was clear that the sect attached great importance to this place. Lu Ping handed over the certificate issued by the sect to a late blood condensation cultivator guarding the treasury. This cultivator had obviously received the sect's notice as well. He looked at Lu Ping with interest before bringing Lu Ping to the treasury. The treasury was covered by a complicated array lock. When Lu Ping used his divine sense to probe inside, he discovered that there were thousands of twists and turns inside. Lu Ping almost got lost in the array lock. With great difficulty, he finally broke free from the array lock's influence. Shaking his slightly dizzy head, Lu Ping noticed that a few other late blood condensation cultivators had appeared out of nowhere. Each of them was holding a key-shaped magic artifact, and they were working together to open the treasury's door. Only Lu Ping was allowed to enter the treasury. When Lu Ping walked into the treasury, an astonishing divine sense suddenly enveloped Lu Ping's body. Lu Ping, who had experienced this before, was speechless. The person guarding the blood condensation mountain was a core-forging enlightened master. The blood condensation mountain was a huge cave on the mountainside. The stone walls were inlaid with many night pearls, making the interior of the treasury very bright. As Lu Ping walked into the treasury, he was stunned by the huge amount of resources inside. There wasn't a single piece of ore on the shelves. There were only storage bags with labels on them, indicating what kind of ore was inside. Lu Ping took out an interspatial pouch labeled Mystic Iron and opened it. There were more than 100 pieces of mystic iron inside, and there were also a few hundred interspatial pouches here. Almost all the spirit ores that could be used by blood condensation realm cultivators were stored in these interspatial pouches. There were also the spiritual herbs section, the pills section, the magic artifacts section, the talismans section, the array board section, the spirit beast eggs section, the secret treasures section, the spiritual materials section, and so on. Each section was further divided into smaller sections. For example, the pills section was divided into the cultivation section, the healing section, the spiritual recovery section, the miscellaneous section, and so on. The cultivation section was further divided into the early, middle, and later sections, and the bottleneck breakthrough section. After that, the specific pills were listed. Everything in the blood condensation mountain treasury was an eye-opener for Lu Ping. He finally understood the wealth of a sect with tens of thousands of years of history like Xunling. And this was only the blood condensation mountain treasury. Then, would there be a pill forging storehouse, Dharma image storehouse, and so on? If there were, what would they look like inside? In the North Sea, Xian Ling's sect was the strongest and wealthiest sect. Then, what would Xian Ling sect's treasury look like? At this moment, Lu Ping was filled with yearning for these treasures. Lu Ping paced back and forth in the blood condensation mountain treasury, not knowing where to start. When Lu Ping finally calmed down, he realized that he had already been in the treasury for 2 hours, but the senior disciple guarding the treasury only gave him 6 hours. Initially, Lu Ping was wondering why it took so long, but now, Lu Ping felt that the time was too short. Lu Ping thought about his needs. First, he went to the ore section. He had only met Chen Lian twice, but he kept mentioning the deep-sea frigid iron. Besides, Lu Ping wanted to see the power of landslide after it was forged into a top-grade mystic instrument. So, among the hundreds of storage bags filled with spiritual ores, Lu Ping first found the shelf for iron ores. Then, on the third shelf, he saw the metal and water elemental storage bags, and finally, he found the storage bag for the deep-sea frigid iron. Finally, he chose the largest piece of frigid iron and placed it in the storage bag specially prepared for him when he entered the treasury. Next, Lu Ping wanted to find a secret technique to cultivate the divine sense. Firstly, it was necessary for concocting pills. Secondly, Lu Ping's divine sense was already very talented. Lu Ping only hoped to strengthen this advantage further. In fact, there was a secret technique to cultivate the divine sense in Xing Tao's pill scripture. Pill master Xing Tao believed that a strong divine sense would help in concocting pills, so why wouldn't he look for secret techniques in this area? However, when Lu Ping saw this secret technique, he was extremely disappointed. The cultivation speed of this secret technique was too slow, and it could only be cultivated in the blood condensation realm. Lu Ping estimated that when he reached the 9th layer of the blood condensation realm, this secret technique would at most increase his divine sense's detection range by 100 feet. Lu Ping didn't know which section of the secret technique to cultivate the divine sense belonged to in the manual. He could only look through the hundreds of storage bags one by one. After an hour, he finally found the storage bag containing the secret technique. This made Lu Ping think of Hu Lily. That girl was very knowledgeable. If she was here, with her help, he could save a lot of time. Chapter 82. There were dozens of jade scrolls in the interspatial pouch containing the divine sense cultivation techniques. Most of them were on par with the techniques recorded in the Xing Tao alchemy scripture, but Lu Ping wasn't satisfied with the slightly stronger ones. In the end, he only picked out 3 jade scrolls. The first one was called the Spirit Nurturing Art. It was a top-notch secret technique that could improve one's divine sense step by step. It didn't have many side effects. As long as one cultivated it step by step, it could strengthen one's divine sense by up to 1/3 before entering the core forging realm. The second one was called the spirit expanding art. This secret technique required a type of pill called the spirit expanding pill as a supplement. During the blood condensation realm, it could expand one's divine sense by up to 1/3. The third secret technique was called the spirit splitting art. This secret technique sounded terrifying, but it was actually a high-level secret technique used to repair damaged divine sense. When a cultivator's divine sense was damaged, this secret technique could be used to repair the lost divine sense in a short period of time. Later, this secret technique was transformed by a cultivator into a secret technique to strengthen the divine sense. However, there were two difficulties with this secret technique. One was to cut off a small part of the divine sense, which was an unbearable pain for ordinary people. After repairing the divine sense through the soul-splitting technique, one had to cut off a part of the divine sense and endure this pain repeatedly until the cut-off part of the divine sense had accumulated to more than half of the original divine sense. The second was to use a kind of mystic middle-grade spirit treasure soul wood as a container to store the cut-off part of the divine sense in the soul wood. When the accumulated divine sense was close to the original divine sense, it would be returned to the original divine sense at one go. Since the two were originally of the same origin, they could be merged very well. This way, the divine sense could be increased by half to 3/4 out of thin air. However, the effects of this secret technique could only be seen when a cultivator was about to break through to the core forging realm. The entire blood condensation realm was the preparation stage for this secret technique. In fact, Lu Ping wanted all three secret techniques. Other than the first one, the other two couldn't be prepared in a short period of time. Especially the mystic mid-grade soul-nurturing wood. Spirit treasures were things that cultivators above the core forging realm coveted at all times. How could a blood condensation realm cultivator obtain them? In this case, Lu Ping could cultivate the first secret technique first. When he met the requirements for either of the two secret techniques, he could come back and find a way to obtain the corresponding secret technique. After making up his mind, Lu Ping chose the soul-nurturing art without hesitation. Now, there was only one choice left. In fact, there were countless treasures in the blood condensation realm that could tempt a late blood condensation realm cultivator. However, most of them weren't of use to Lu Ping right now. What Lu Ping needed to do now was to choose the most suitable ones and use them to earn more for himself. For example, there were many top-grade magic tools in the blood condensation realm, but it would be difficult for late blood condensation realm cultivators to use them. Even with Lu Ping's profound energy, he would probably need to wait until he reached the 5th or 6th blood condensation realm. The last option put Lu Ping in a difficult position. He had 3 choices. The first was a blood condensation realm charms, the second was a book of alchemy notes for learning alchemy, which should also include a recipe, and the third was a mystic instrument. His flying swallow sword and goose feather saber were both feng shui mystic instruments, which didn't fit well with his pure water attribute, sea of view, sea of waves listening scripture. The flying swallow sword was a nimble flying sword, which didn't fit well with his stone-piercing sword art, which was a head-on sword skill. Furthermore, he lacked a good defensive mystic instrument. Because of this, Lu Ping had a headache. He didn't know which one to choose. It was as if all of them were very useful to him. After weighing the pros and cons, Lu Ping finally decided to choose a pure water attribute flying sword. He didn't need a talisman crafting manual right now. He only had a few types of blood condensation realm talismans, and the success rate of crafting them was still very low. It was better to wait until his talisman crafting skills were higher. He had already asked Master Immortal Li to look for the pill refinement manual. He believed that there would be news soon. Moreover, his current pill refinement skills were still too weak. There was no hurry. Lu Ping originally wanted to find a defensive magic tool, but Lu Ping couldn't resist the temptation of a flying sword. he decided to choose a flying sword. He found the flying sword item in the magic tools section, then went to the high-grade magic tools section. He carefully looked through the water attribute flying sword's storage pouch and finally chose a pair of male and female swords. The male sword of this pair of flying swords was slightly bigger. When used alone, it was suitable for the stone-piercing sky sword technique. When used together, the power of the raging waves crashing shore sword technique would reach a whole new level. The only regret was that Lu Ping still had a hard time wielding this pair of high-grade flying swords. Even with his arcane energy, Lu Ping needed to reach the mid-stage of the blood condensation realm before he could fully unleash the power of this pair of flying swords. After choosing his reward, Lu Ping could finally relax. He could now take a closer look at the various treasures in the treasury. Every disciple of the Jinling sect who reached the 8th layer of the blood condensation realm was qualified to go out and train. At this time, the Master Immortal who taught them would give them 2 jade slips. One would record the things they encountered during their training, their cultivation experience, and their geography. The other would record the various cultivation resources they encountered during their training, as well as the geographical features of the places where these resources were found. However, for a disciple of Lu Ping's age, he didn't have much experience. Most of the knowledge he gained from the jade slips were from his experience. Now that there was a chance to see the real thing and broaden his horizons, how could Lu Ping miss it? Lu Ping first went to the spirit beast egg area and looked through the various spirit beasts. He was a little pleased when he didn't see any green sea snake eggs. Finally, there was something that the treasury didn't have. However, he forgot that if there were any green sea snake eggs, why would they be placed here? Then, he went to the area where the spirit herbs were stored. He looked at the spirit herbs that he didn't recognize through the labels on the storage pouch. At the same time, there were some simple descriptions of their effects. Naturally, this was a treasure that Lu Ping had obtained. There wasn't much time left. Lu Ping only had enough time to memorize the types of cultivation pills and their effects. Then, he heard the treasury opening again. The cultivators guarding the treasury were already urging Lu Ping to leave as soon as possible. Reluctantly, Lu Ping left the blood condensation treasury. After registering the 3 rewards he chose, he hurried back to Xianqi Island. At this time, Xianling sect and Jinling sect were still in a tense standoff in the sea. Every day, there would be blood condensation cultivators from both sides fighting each other. However, that was only the mid and late blood condensation cultivators' business. Early blood condensation cultivators were basically just giving gifts to Lu Ping. Hence, Lu Ping used this period of time to cultivate, craft talismans, practice his swordsmanship, study the spirit nurturing technique, familiarize himself with the other techniques of the 8 techniques of raging waves, tease de bao, look at the green sea snake eggs, or hide in the cultivation room to concoct a batch of pills. His days were comfortable, regular, and fulfilling. Chapter 83. The battle between Xianling sect and Jinling sect on Xianqi Island seemed to be getting more intense. At the same time, the battlefield seemed to have become a training ground for their disciples. Lu Ping could see new faces appearing from the teleportation array every day to join the battle. There were also cultivators who had participated in the battle leaving through the teleportation array. Some cultivators even started to sell things on Xianqi Island. It seemed like Xianqi Island was their logistics base. Lu Ping's wallet had been bulging recently. He bought some spiritual herbs and talisman papers from Xianqi Island's 0-hour market to practice his pill concocting and talisman crafting skills. Master Immortal Lu had participated in a few battles in the early stages of the battle. It was said that he had taken the lives of 5 to 7 late Xianling sect cultivators. But recently, he had been in seclusion. Initially, Lu Ping thought that Master Immortal Lu was injured. But when he went to the cultivation room, he found out that Master Immortal Lu's cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds. He was about to break through to the 8th layer of the blood condensation realm. Xianling sect finally lost its patience. One day, Xianling sect's Feng Shutao suddenly crippled a late Jinling blood condensation disciple's cultivation. The reason was that this disciple had disrespected the authority of a core forging enlightened master by speaking arrogantly in front of Feng Shutao and threatening Xianling sect's disciples. In order to protect the dignity of a core forging enlightened master, Feng Shutao had no choice but to punish him lightly. When the news spread, the disciples of Jinling sect were in an uproar. Jinling immediately denounced Xianling sect's atrocities in the North Sea Alliance. At the same time, Jinling's enlightened master, Jiang Xianlin, personally went to Feng Shutao and engaged in a fierce battle in the sky above the border between the two sections. During the battle, the shockwaves from the battle accidentally spread and killed 3 to 4 Xianling sect cultivators who were watching the battle. They were all late blood condensation realm cultivators. The battle between the core forging enlightened masters seemed to have ignited the tension between the two sections. The previous battle between the blood condensation realm disciples seemed to be a warm-up for the battle between the core forging enlightened masters. After the core forging enlightened masters of Xianling sect and Jinling sect clashed in Qi Island's waters, battles also broke out in Xiansheng Island's waters, Xianyun Island's waters, Xianchang Island's waters, and Xianyuan Island's waters. According to Hu Lili, although the battle was limited to these 5 islands' waters, both sides had sent in nearly 1,000 blood condensation realm cultivators to fight in the air. At the same time, there were also core forging enlightened masters fighting in the air. Many blood condensation realm cultivators were caught in the crossfire and killed by the aftershocks of the enlightened masters' battles. Because of this, most blood condensation realm cultivators would stay as far away as possible when they heard about core forging enlightened masters fighting. At the same time, the other sects in the North Sea, the Azure Sea sect and the Azure Waves sect, and the Jade Sword sect and the Soaring Feather sect, were also engaged in fights between blood condensation disciples. It was rumored that core forging cultivators were also fighting each other. On the 11th day of the 9th month, Xianqi Island was the same as usual. Cultivators went out to sea and did their business. Suddenly, 7 streaks of light flew out from the island, heading towards the southern sea. At this moment, the cultivators on Xianqi Island were in an uproar. Although there were core forging enlightened masters fighting each other at sea, both sides were like generals in a battle. Today you come find me, tomorrow I'll fight you. Although both sides won and lost, there were no casualties. Now that the 7 core forging enlightened masters of Jinling had come out, it seemed like they were going to fight for real. For a moment, the people on the island were doing all sorts of things. Most of them flew towards the sea, not wanting to miss this unprecedented battle. Although it was dangerous, Jinling had taken the initiative this time, so it was obvious that they had a good chance of winning. The cultivators also wanted to get a share of the spoils when Jinling won. There were also some rogue cultivators who left Xianqi Island through the teleportation array. Along with them were some timid cultivators, afraid that they would be caught up in the ensuing battle. 2 hours later, loud rumbling sounds came from the southern sea. It seemed that Jinling and Xianling sect's core forging enlightened masters were fighting. The cultivators who stayed on the island all stood by the sea, looking towards the southern sea. From time to time, cultivators who returned from the sea would bring back news. Overall, it seemed that Jinling's momentum was higher and he had the upper hand. At noon, a loud noise suddenly came from the surface of the sea. All the cultivators on the island looked towards the southern part of the sea and saw that in the distance, the sea water rose up into the sky like a curtain, forming a magnificent wall of water in the sky. Then, this wall of water moved downwards, forming a huge ball of water with a radius of several miles. All the cultivators on the island were dumbfounded, not knowing what was going on. They anxiously waited for the cultivators who returned from the sea to bring back the latest news. However, after the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, not a single cultivator returned from the sea. Many impatient cultivators decided to go out to the sea to see for themselves. Some were alone, some were in groups. Half of the cultivators on Xianqi Island had already left. Just as these impatient cultivators left Xian-Qi Island, an injured Jinling cultivator stumbled back with shocking news. The North Sea monster spirits were invading. Aside from the disciples who stayed behind to guard the island, all the cultivators on Xian-Qi Island, including Lu Ping and those who hadn't yet reached blood condensation like Shi Lingling, set off for the sea. The North Sea monster spirits were the enemies of the entire North Sea Alliance. It could be said that one of the main reasons the North Sea Alliance was established was to guard against and compete with the monster spirits. When Lu Ping and the others arrived at the border between the two sects, the sea was already in a state of chaos. The human cultivators and the monster spirits were all tangled up in a mess. Clearly, the monster spirits' sudden appearance had disrupted the two sects' plans. Many Jinling disciples and Xianling disciples joined forces to fight against the monster spirits. At this moment, the disciples of the two sects strangely put aside their grudges and fought together against the monster spirits. The reinforcements from Xian-Qi Island didn't feel the slightest bit depressed. They all joined the battle against the monster spirits. Lu Ping, Yao Yong, Du Feng, Zhong Jian, Ma Yu, Shi Lingling, and Ling Qian formed a simple 7-star formation. The strongest ones, Lu Ping and Ma Yu, were in charge of the formation. They found 2 early blood condensation monster spirits and attacked. Lu Ping's group of 7 was weak and didn't dare to approach the center of the battlefield. They only circled around the periphery and killed a few early blood condensation monster spirits. This made Shi Lingling extremely excited. Yao Yong and Zhong Jian's blood boiled as well. They all suggested going to the center of the battlefield. Du Feng remained silent. Ma Yu and Ling Qian were virtuous ladies, so they didn't voice their opinions. Lu Ping, on the other hand, had fought with late blood condensation cultivators before. He knew that no matter if they were monster spirits or cultivators, they weren't something their team could handle. Thus, he firmly opposed the idea. At this moment, another loud sonic boom rang out from the sea. Chapter 84. Just as the human cultivators and demonic beasts were fighting on the surface of the sea, 3 loud booms resounded in the air. In the sky above the gigantic water ball, 3 huge illusory magic tools appeared one after another. One was a sword, one was a mirror, and one was a book. The giant sword slashed across the sky, the mirror shot out a huge beam of white light, the book pages flipped, and dozens of powerful spells exploded. The 3 attacks smashed towards the water ball at the same time. Seeing that the situation was not good, Lu Ping hurriedly led the 6 cultivators back to Xian-Qi Island. The cultivators on the surface of the sea were quick to react and quickly avoided the battlefield. When the 3 attacks smashed into the water ball, a few rays of light flashed from the water ball. It was as if the 3 attacks were working together from the inside. The gigantic water ball shook a few times and finally collapsed. A huge amount of seawater poured down from the sky like the Milky Way. At the same time, a large number of core forging enlightened masters' spells came crashing down. The human and demon cultivators who were still fighting on the surface of the sea were caught off guard. Hundreds of them were either smashed into the sea or hit by the spells. Many cultivators and demonic beasts didn't come out of the sea again. Those who did were those with high cultivation, and most of them were injured. When Lu Ping and the other cultivators saw this shocking scene, they were all dumbfounded. They secretly rejoiced that they had escaped fast enough. Deafening roars of anger resounded in the sky, accompanied by the curses of the core forging Taoist masters of the human race. It seemed that both sides had suffered losses, and both sides were furious. The surface of the sea suddenly became strangely calm, and both the human and demon races stopped fighting, as if foreshadowing an even greater battle was about to take place. The cultivators from Jinling sect had already gathered on their side of the sea. Lu Ping stood in the crowd and saw that almost 1/3 of the cultivators on Xian-Qi Island had died. Half of the remaining people were injured. Xianling sect must not have had it easy either. However, he didn't know how many losses the demon clans had suffered. However, the demon clans had ambushed the two sects when they were unprepared, so their losses should be smaller. Hundreds of blood condensation realm cultivators gathered together, but they were still shrouded by the aura of the core forging enlightened masters in the sky. The atmosphere on the surface of the sea was oppressive. At this moment, the sky above Xianqi Island suddenly darkened. Snowflakes started falling from the cloudless sky and a gust of cold wind blew past, causing Lu Ping to shiver uncontrollably. He turned to look at the other cultivators and saw that they too had strange expressions on their faces. The cold wind swept up the feather-sized snowflakes, forming a spectacle on the surface of the sea. At the same time, it surged towards the gathering place of the demon race in the eastern sea region. The surging waves on the surface of the sea seemed to be frozen. When the demon race saw the snowstorm sweeping over, they knew that an expert from the human race had descended. All of them went into an uproar. Right at this moment, a deafening roar came from the east of the sea. A huge column of water spurted out from the surface of the sea, and then a huge monster broke out of the sea a few miles away. It was as if an island had suddenly emerged from the sea. The surging seawater quickly surged over, blocking the sweeping wind and snow in front of the demon beasts. A majestic voice came from the huge monster a few miles away. "Wind and snow immortals, did the two of you know that the demon race was coming?" An ethereal and gentle voice sounded, "How could we? It's just a coincidence. If we had known that fellow Taoist Kong Jing would be gracing us with his presence, perhaps we would have made preparations in advance." The two experts exchanged a few words, and then no longer said anything, as if they were waiting for someone. On the surface of the sea, Jinling, Xianling sect, and the demon race were facing each other. Only Xianling sect's cultivators were stirred. Obviously, both Jinling and the demon race had sent out their important figures, and Xianling sect had lost a head for no reason. At this moment, as if some news came from the Xianling sect's cultivators, the restless crowd finally quieted down. Only then did Lu Ping realize that Xianling sect's cultivators were much fewer than Jinling's. Could it be that Xianling sect's losses from the demon race's sneak attack were much higher than Jinling's? Lu Ping remembered that he had asked Hu Lily to report the situation to the sect's higher-ups. It seemed like the sect had already taken measures in secret. Sure enough, a moment later, behind the southern Xianling sect's cultivators, a red light suddenly lit up, as if the sun had risen in the evening, dyeing the clouds in the southern sky red. An angry voice rang out, "Everyone, you've come so early. It seems like we, Xianling sect, are late again." The voice was filled with anger and a trace of resentment. A chuckle came from Jinling's side, followed by a woman's voice, "Senior Marshal Brother Chiu, you came at the right time. In that case, dismiss the juniors." At this time, enlightened Master Chu suddenly appeared and said to the Jinling sect's cultivators, "Brats, there's no need for you anymore. Go back to Xianqi Island." The Jinling sect's cultivators were already suffering from the oppressive atmosphere, so when they heard enlightened Master Chu's words, they immediately dispersed. The situation was similar for Xianling sect and the demons. On their way back to Xianqi Island, Lu Ping's group of 7 was unusually excited, wondering if the last 4 people to appear were Laozu of the Transcendence Realm. At the same time, they marveled at the power of a core forging enlightened master, their expressions filled with yearning. Lu Ping was also shocked by these masters' methods. From the beginning to the end, other than enlightened Master Chu, there were no other core forging experts above the core forging realm. Yet, everyone seemed to be able to sense their presence. At that moment, they seemed to be in control of that part of the world, controlling the direction of the situation. The battle between the two sects stopped the moment the demons attacked. At this time, many cultivators on Xianqi Island were waiting for the sect's higher-ups' orders, guessing the direction of the North Sea situation. Lu Ping listened to the crowd's discussion, and for the rest of the time, he was busy with his own matters. Master Immortal Lu was injured. This time, he was seriously injured. Master Immortal Lu was about to break through in seclusion, but when he heard about the demon's attack, he also went to the battlefield. Everyone in Group 7 went to check on him. In the cultivation room, Master Immortal Lu's face was still pale, but his injuries had stabilized. Obviously, he was given high-quality healing pills. After all, he was a core disciple of the sect. The disciples asked Master Immortal Lu about the three-party conflict and the upcoming situation of the North Sea. Master Immortal Lu did not hide anything and told them everything he knew. Sure enough, Jinling had prepared for the demon's attack, but the sect wanted to avoid this point. He only said that the wind and snow immortals were invited by his disciple, enlightened Master Xian Yu of Di Kuan Island, and coincidentally encountered the demon's attack on Xian Qi Island. Since they were close, they rushed over. As for the three core forging enlightened masters who arrived after Jinling, Jinling said that they were going to explore a cultivator's cave abode in the distant sea and happened to pass by. It was a coincidence. However, the mysterious water array was obviously destroyed by a coordinated attack. Without prior cooperation, how could such a powerful array be broken in one blow? Master Immortal Lu sighed. Enlightened Master Xian Yong and a first-stage core forging enlightened master had fallen, and two enlightened masters were seriously injured. However, Xian Ling sect's losses were even worse. They lost 4 core forging enlightened masters, one of whom was a mid-stage core forging enlightened master, and the other 3 were seriously injured. Xian Ling sect was in deep trouble. A mid-stage core forging enlightened master was equivalent to 3 early-stage core forging enlightened masters. The demons didn't have much of an advantage either. Xian Ling sect killed 2 manor masters, including a mid-stage core forging manor master, and heavily injured 2 others. Xian Ling sect also risked their lives to kill 1 manor master and heavily injure 3 others. Although Jinling suffered the least losses in this battle, the demons still had the upper hand when compared to the North Sea Alliance and the demons. Chapter 85. Everyone was saddened to hear about enlightened Master Xuanyong's death. Since he had no hope of advancing to the mid-core forging realm, he spent all his energy on nurturing the side hall's talents and became its dean for 150 years. Even when Master Immortal Lu was still cultivating in Zhenling Side Hall, enlightened Master Xianyong was already the dean. Daoist Xianyong was amiable and approachable, and many of the younger generation had received his guidance and grace. He had a very high reputation among the disciples raised by the monastery, and some of those disciples had even reached the same cultivation base as him, becoming core forging enlightened masters. Lu Ping also received guidance from enlightened Master Xianyong after he advanced to the blood condensation realm. He even sent his disciple, Wu Xinyu, to accompany Lu Ping to Tianling Mountain. Lu Ping asked about the blood condensation realm cultivator's losses. Master Immortal Lu was silent for a moment before answering. More than 200 of the 700 cultivators died, and the remaining half were injured. This was with the help of 200 cultivators from Xianhua Island. Otherwise, the losses would be even greater. Lu Ping knew that the 200 cultivators from Xianhua Island were another preparation of Xian Ling sect, so he didn't say anything. Instead, he asked about Xian Ling sect's losses. Master Immortal Lu didn't know the specifics, but he heard that more than 300 of the 500 cultivators died. However, Xian Ling sect would never announce their losses. Even if they did, the number of casualties would be reduced by half. Otherwise, it would be a huge blow to the sect's morale. Shi Lingling excitedly bragged to Master Immortal Lu that the 7 of them killed 6 early blood condensation demonic beasts. She even complained that Lu Ping forbade them from entering the center of the battlefield and only allowed them to roam around the periphery. They even killed more than a dozen blood-refining demonic beasts, but their skins and blood were all exchanged by Lu Ping with spirit stones. Lu Ping was quite rich, giving out 2,000 spirit stones in one go. The others only got their bones and tendons, which they didn't know how much they could sell for. Everyone knew Shi Lingling's personality, so they all smiled. Master Immortal Lu said seriously, Lu Ping is right. A mid and late blood condensation realm cultivator is not someone you can fight against. Not to mention, 2 of you are in the blood refining realm. Lu Ping's wealth was earned by himself. This is his ability. If you're envious, you should learn from him. Yao Yong asked Master Immortal Lu about the future direction of the North Sea situation. Master Immortal Lu seemed to have thought about it a long time ago. He said, the North Sea alliance cannot be broken. In the future, we will still be at peace with Xianling sect. Moreover, with the monster race's invasion, the North Sea alliance's call for unity will definitely be louder. Xianling sect and Jinling sect were the two strongest sects in the North Sea alliance. Continuing to fight would do no good to either of them. The other sects in the North Sea alliance were also quite powerful, and if they were not careful, the North Sea alliance might be able to take advantage of them. However, there will be a lot of small conflicts between the two factions in the future. You have to get used to the fact that there will be underhanded schemes and hindrances. In the future, if you join forces to deal with the demon race, don't really show your backs to them. The situation seemed to prove Master Immortal Lu's judgment. Both Xianhua Island and Xianqi Island's territories were connected to the monster race's territories. Even though the following days were peaceful, the number of cultivators on the two islands increased. There were cultivators from Jinling sect, Yujian sect, Linhai Pavilion, Immeasurable sect, and many more. There were also many rogue cultivators. Another month passed. Hu Lily, who had successfully broken through to the blood condensation realm, returned to Xianqi Island, increasing the number of people in Lu Ping's group to 8. At the same time, she brought two pieces of news. First, the demon race's attack wasn't limited to just Xianqi Island Sea region, but all the other places that were connected to the demon race's sea region. All the sects that were connected to the demon race's sea region had suffered heavy losses. In almost every sea region where the battle took place, there were core forging cultivators and demon race palace masters who had fallen. The most tragic battle was naturally in Xianqi Island's territories. A total of 9 core forging cultivators had fallen, and 10 were heavily injured. Second, it was rumored that the North Sea Alliance had made a decision. The sects in the North Sea Alliance would immediately stop fighting, and each sect would send their disciples to hunt the monster race's territories. The spoils of war would belong to them. Lu Ping and the others finally understood why so many rogue cultivators and disciples from other sects had come to Xianqi Island recently. 2 days later, the sects passed down an order to stop fighting with Xianling sect's disciples. They would live in peace and defend against the monster race's attacks together. Lu Ping and the cultivators stationed on the islands could finally return to their own islands safely. At the same time, the cultivators stationed on the islands were changed from blood refining realm to blood condensation realm cultivators. As Lu Ping's Huangli Island was close to the monster race's territory and Xianling sect's territory, Jinling used it as a small forward operating base. Jinling sent a team of cultivators to strengthen the island's defenses. Therefore, a team of 3 mid-blood condensation realm cultivators, 6 early blood condensation realm cultivators, and 30 blood refining realm cultivators accompanied Lu Ping to Huangli Island. Lu Ping was also one of the 6 early blood condensation realm cultivators. Hu Lily, for some unknown reason, fought for the 6 early blood condensation realm cultivators and came to Huangli Island with them. Lin Sheng was still alive. He returned to his family because he was about to break through to the blood condensation realm. Instead, the disciple guarding Huangyu Island in his place was killed by Xianling sect's disciples. This time, Lin Sheng had successfully broken through to the blood condensation realm. He was appointed by his family to guard Huangli Island. Lu Ping couldn't help but think to himself. Good people don't live long, but scourges live for 1,000 years. Lu Ping finally understood why Hu Lily and Lin Sheng tried so hard to come to Huangli Island. It was because of Huangli Island's unique geographical location. Xianqi Island would definitely become the logistics base for the war against the monster race, and Huangli Island would be the front line. Huangli Island would become the preparation base for a large number of cultivators going out to sea and a base for returning cultivators. It was foreseeable that once the war between the two races broke out, there would be a large number of cultivators coming to Huangli Island. A large amount of wealth and resources would be gathered here, making Huangli Island prosperous. Naturally, the two of them came here for the cultivation resources that would be stored here in the future. Lu Ping thought for a moment. It seemed like he had to make some preparations in advance. No matter what, he had to get a share of the wealth. Lu Ping's most urgent task now was to move the 2 mini-spirit veins into his cave abode as soon as possible. After that, he had to increase his cultivation as fast as possible. It was not hard to imagine that once the war between the two races started, a large number of cultivators would gather on the island. Without sufficient strength, how could he suppress these cultivators? Even though there was a late blood condensation cultivator guarding the island, Lu Ping's cave abode was built here. He had always treated Huangli Island as his own territory. Moreover, if someone found out that he had moved the 2 spirit veins here, it would definitely cause a commotion. Chapter 86. 3 mid-blood condensation realm cultivators were in charge of the construction of the base on Huangli Island, while 30 blood refining realm disciples were in charge of the implementation. At the same time, they recruited mortals to build the market on the island. Lu Ping and 6 other early blood condensation realm disciples followed senior brother Zhang Zifeng, who was in the late blood condensation realm, to set up the island's defensive formation. 3 days later, after he finished setting up the array formation, Lu Ping returned to his cave dwelling and began his regular cultivation routine. At the same time, every once in a while, he would go to the market on Di Kuan Island to purchase some spirit herbs for alchemy. He would also dispose of some of the things he had obtained during the Xian Qi Island incident, so he could break even. Lu Ping spent 4,000 spirit stones to buy 2 sets of traction formations from manager Jia of Bountiful Treasures Pavilion. These traction formations were specially used to guide the earth veins, including spirit veins. The formation only needed to be fixed on the spirit veins and the formation plate was placed at the desired location. After activating the formation, the spirit veins could be moved. However, the movement of the spirit veins would definitely cause tremors in the ground, so it was necessary to prevent anyone from noticing. One day, Lu Ping had just finished concocting a cauldron of blood purification pellets. Looking at the 6 blood-red medicinal pellets in the cauldron, Lu Ping couldn't help but feel happy. He had made another breakthrough in his mid-blood refining realm medicinal pellets, but his success rate for late blood refining realm medicinal pellets was still only 40%. At this time, Lu Ping felt the protective formation outside the cave abode being triggered. A voice transmission talisman was sent in. It turned out that senior brother Li Ziming was informing Lu Ping to go to a meeting. Lu Ping didn't dare delay and hurried to the meeting hall on Huangli Island. At this time, the 5 early blood condensation realm cultivators had already arrived. Li Ziming was sitting on the chair at the head of the table. Lu Ping didn't know what was going on, so he gave Hu Lili an inquiring look the moment he entered the hall. Hu Lili looked unhappy and gave him a look-down expression. Obviously, she already knew the content of the meeting, and it wasn't anything good. Sure enough, upon seeing Lu Ping enter, Lin Cheng, who was at the side, pretended to be enthusiastic and said, Senior brother Lu, please take a seat. You've made us and senior brother Li wait for a long time. His words sounded normal, but Lu Ping couldn't tell that it was anything good. Could it be that they were here for him, Lu Ping? Sure enough, as soon as Lin Sheng's voice fell, Li Ziming, who was sitting at the head of the table, said, Junior brother Lu, you must attend meetings punctually from now on. You must know that things are different now. In the past, the cultivator stationed on Huangli Island was your junior marshal brother Lu. Naturally, you could do as you please. But now, senior marshal brother Zhang Zifeng is in charge of the island. In addition, the demon race from the outer sea is like a tiger watching its prey. Junior marshal brother Lu must not slack off in the future. When Lu Ping heard this, he realized that Li Ziming was accusing him of slacking off. It was obvious that Li Ziming was trying to intimidate him. Lu Ping sat down and said, then I wonder what immortal Zhang Zifeng wants to discuss with everyone. Li Ziming was secretly angry. This Lu Ping clearly knew that immortal Zhang Zifeng was focused on cultivation and didn't care about the affairs of the island. The other two were also the same. This meant that Li Ziming was the person in charge of Huangli Island. Yet, Li Ziming still spoke in such a manner. Clearly, Lu Ping didn't place him in his eyes. However, Li Ziming was using Zhang Zifeng to talk about this matter, so Li Ziming couldn't do anything. Inwardly, he swore that no matter what, he would use Lu Ping to establish his authority. Thus, he said, Senior Marshal Brother Zhang Zifeng is busy with cultivation and has entrusted the affairs of the island to me. Today, I want to discuss the matters of the island's spiritual fields. Lu Ping frowned and said, Senior Marshal Brother Li, the spiritual fields have always been managed by me. I have never owed any tribute to the sect. What is there to discuss? Li Ziming was very dissatisfied with Lu Ping's interruption and coldly said, although Junior Marshal Brother Lu did not owe any tribute to the sect, Huangli Island is currently under the management of the sect. Naturally, the spiritual fields on the island will also be managed by the sect. Junior Marshal Brother Lu no longer has the right to contract the spiritual fields. Lu Ping was rich and overbearing. Although he didn't care about the small output of the spirit fields, there was no reason for him to swallow his anger when someone robbed his land for no reason. Hence, he asked, Senior Marshal Brother Li, you mean that you want to take care of it yourself? Li Ziming said, Junior Marshal Brother Lu's words don't make sense. It's not that I want to take care of it, it's that I want to take care of it for the sect. Lu Ping didn't care about such a small profit, but he also couldn't let Li Ziming take advantage of it. Thus, he said, since Senior Marshal Brother Li has taken a fancy to my spiritual fields, how about this? There are 7 mu of spiritual fields on the island. 2 of them were created after I was stationed on Huangli Island. According to the rules, within 3 years, the output of the spiritual fields will belong to me. As for the remaining 5 mu of spiritual fields, how about this? Since Senior Marshal Brother Li is busy every day, I don't think you have the time to take care of it. Why don't the 5 of you each take care of 1 mu? This way, everyone can contribute to the sect in their spare time. What does everyone think? Li Ziming didn't know that 2 mu of spiritual fields were created by Lu Ping himself. The report he heard said that there were 7 mu of spiritual fields, and the spiritual energy in the spiritual fields was dense. Not only was the output 20% higher, but the growth time was also shorter. In a year, 6 crops could be planted. Li Ziming couldn't resist the temptation of the person who made the report, so he came up with the rotten idea of taking away Lu Ping's property. Strictly speaking, Li Ziming's words made sense. This was a strict Jinling sect rule. However, under normal circumstances, everyone would turn a blind eye to this. They were all blood condensation cultivators, so who would care about a few hundred spirit stones a year? But now, Li Ziming was fussing over it. Lu Ping didn't want to fight with him. If I can't get it, then don't even think about getting it. The others didn't know what to say. If they agreed to Lu Ping's proposal, Senior Marshal Brother Li would lose face. If they didn't agree, Senior Marshal Brother Li wouldn't be able to accept it. Moreover, Lu Ping was sending benefits to his doorstep. For a moment, everyone fell silent. Even Lin Xing didn't say anything. Hu Lily understood Lu Ping's intention. She looked at him and smiled. I think this is a good idea. Anyway, I don't have much to do on Huangli Island. It's not a bad idea to take 1 mu of spiritual fields and live a rustic life. Li Ziming sat in his seat for a long time. In the end, he said, I can send my blood condensation disciples to take care of it. This was naked greed. At this point, even Lu Ping was too embarrassed to continue arguing with her. Lu Ping stood up and left the meeting hall. The more he thought about it, the more he felt it was ridiculous. Why did Li Ziming act as if he had never seen spirit stones before? It was really embarrassing for a blood condensation cultivator. Lu Ping no longer cared about Li Ziming's face and laughed out loud. Everyone in the meeting hall was also stunned by Li Ziming's words. They couldn't react for a moment. When they heard Lu Ping's laughter, everyone had a strange expression on their faces. They quickly stood up and left. Even Lin Xing didn't dare to stay. Only Li Ziming was left sitting in his seat. His face turned green and white. No one knew what he was thinking. After Lu Ping returned to his cave dwelling, he wondered who was the one who set him up. First of all, it had to be Lin Sheng. Just based on Lin Sheng's sarcastic tone when he first entered the cave dwelling, Li Ziming was bound to be involved in this. However, Li Ziming wouldn't throw away his face just for Lin Sheng's sake. Chapter 87. Lu Ping chose 2 spiritual fields that were close to his cave dwelling. He purposely gave up the spiritual field that was carved out of the hidden spirit land. Li Ziming called someone over to take over the spiritual field. After that, Lu Ping found out that Li Ziming had handed over the 5 mu of spiritual fields to his son to manage. Li Yu, a true Spirit Side Hall's grade 3 disciple, belonged to group 19, and was in the 8th layer blood refining realm. Due to a series of secret techniques, the spiritual field's yield had increased, and the growth cycle had been shortened. This was a considerable amount of income for an ordinary blood refining realm disciple. It was understandable that Li Ziming was willing to disregard his pride for his son. However, Li Ziming was a mid-blood condensation cultivator. Could it be that he was unwilling to give a few hundred spirit stones to his son? Why did he have to let his son covet the spiritual field? One day, Yao Yong and Shi Lingling came to the island to play with Lu Ping. When they talked about the side hall's disciples, Yao Yong found out that Li Ziming and Li Cheng were uncle and nephew. Li Yu and Li Cheng were cousins, and Lin Sheng was also close to Li Yu and Li Ziming. The reason why Yao Yong could come to Huangli Island was because of Li Ziming's recommendation. It seemed like the root of the problem was still Li Cheng. Lu Ping didn't have time to care about these messy schemes. The most important thing now was to move Sheng Tao's spiritual herb garden and the spirit snake's lair into his cave dwelling. The North Sea Alliance's meeting was nearing its end. The various sects wrangling was also a pain in the ass. Finally, the coordination between the various sects' cultivators was completed. More and more cultivators gathered on the islands near the demon territory. Once the alliance gave the order, the cultivators would flood into the demon territory. Lu Ping made use of the opportunity to carve the array formation on the spirit vein according to the requirements. He then placed the array formation plate on top of the clear spring in his cave dwelling. When the time came, he would move the spirit vein into his cave dwelling. Lu Ping looked at a piece of yellow soil in his hand. This soil was called spirit-stained soil. It was a type of spiritual material used to refine high-grade earth-type defensive artifacts. Lu Ping had discovered it when he was carving a traction array formation in the spirit serpent's lair. Previously, when he was in the lair, he was only focused on digging up spirit herbs and didn't notice the difference in the soil. After widening his horizons in the blood condensation depository, he returned to the lair this time and discovered that the place where the spirit vein gathered was actually a small Ling ash and clay mine. This was not a small amount of wealth, and Lu Ping was naturally happy. However, he did not have the time to mine it, and he did not want others to do it. So, he could only hide it for now. When he was short of money, he would become a miner himself. The opportunity came very quickly. Zhang Zifeng, Li Ziming, and the other late-stage blood condensation cultivators were called back to Xianqi Island by the sect to arrange for the plan to open up the sea. Lin Sheng also followed Li Ziming. Now, there were only 5 blood condensation cultivators left on the island, and 2 more had to patrol the sea. This should be the best opportunity. These early-stage blood condensation cultivators' knowledge was limited, and the movement of the spirit vein would not attract their attention. Only Hu Lily was knowledgeable and smart. She might be able to guess something. However, Lu Ping had saved her life before, and their relationship had always been close. He had some understanding of her, so he was not afraid of her spilling the beans. After going through all these miscellaneous things in his mind, Lu Ping activated the traction formation. After a while, Huangli Island suddenly shook. The mortals on the island thought it was an earthquake and ran out of their homes. Even the cultivators on the island were alerted. They patrolled the island to see if there were any demonic beasts causing trouble. After about the time it took for an incense stick to burn, everyone thought it was just an ordinary earthquake. Just as they were about to return to their homes, Huangli Island suddenly shook again. This time, the mortals on the island were even more panicked. They quickly searched for open space to prevent their houses from collapsing and causing casualties. Leaving aside the panic caused by Lu Ping's movement of the spirit vein, Lu Ping was currently standing by the side of a clear spring, breathing in the gradually thickening spiritual energy in his cave abode. He had a look of intoxication on his face. Just as Lu Ping was admiring his cave abode, the formation outside the cave was triggered. Someone had come to visit. Lu Ping returned to the living room and closed the connection between the living room and the cave abode. The stone door was sealed with a blood condensation spirit sealing talisman that Lu Ping forged himself. As Lu Ping expected, the visitor was Hu Lily. Drinking the cloud-opening tea that Lu Ping brewed with spirit spring water, Hu Lily praised, "Junior Marshal Brother Lu sure knows how to enjoy life. You're even willing to buy spirit tea." Lu Ping smiled, "It's just the lowest grade of spirit tea. I still have some with me. I'll bring some back for Senior Marshal's sister to taste later." Hu Lily chuckled, "The cheapest one costs at least 100 spirit stones per tael." "Thanks to you." Lu Ping asked, "Senior Marshal's sister, what brings you here this time?" Hu Lily put down the teacup and said, "You've been on Huangli Island for so long, have you ever encountered an earthquake?" Lu Ping inwardly thought that this woman was indeed suspicious, so he said, "No, but earthquakes often happen on the sea, so it's not a strange thing." Could it be that Senior Marshal's sister thinks that it's the demonic beasts attacking? Hu Lily rolled her eyes at Lu Ping and said, "If there's really a demonic beast that can cause an earthquake on Huangli Island, we'll be walking right into the tiger's mouth." Strange, this kind of earthquake is similar to the changes in the earth veins and volcanic eruptions mentioned in the books, but I can't remember which one it is exactly. Lu Ping was secretly impressed. This woman is really good. I'm only avoiding one possibility, but she already has a few guesses. That's fine, you can take your time to guess. After sending Hu Lily off, the next step was to take some time to transplant all the spiritual herbs from Xingtao's spiritual herb garden over. Lu Ping opened up a spiritual herb garden about 1 mu in size in his cave dwelling. Originally, there was still a lot of space in the cave dwelling, but if there were more, the growth of the spiritual herbs would affect his cultivation. For the next 3 days, Lu Ping used the excuse of patrolling the sea to secretly transplant the spiritual herbs from Xingtao's spiritual herb garden into his cave dwelling. At the same time, he grinded the spiritual soil from the spirit snake's nest into fine ash and sprinkled it on the soil of the spiritual herb garden. The spiritual soil could help the spiritual herbs absorb spiritual energy and shorten the time needed for the spiritual herbs to ripen. Most of the spiritual herbs in Xingtao's spiritual herb garden had already been used up by him. Although they were all century-old blood-refining spiritual herbs that didn't take up too much space, they only took up less than half an mu of land. As for the rest of the spiritual field, Lu Ping carefully planned it himself. He carefully planted the spiritual herb seeds that he bought from the pill store and other places in the city square, then sprinkled the spiritual spring water on them. Now, Lu Ping no longer needed to buy spiritual spring water to sprinkle on the spiritual field or brew spiritual tea. His cave dwelling had a ready supply of spiritual spring water. However, in order to prevent the spiritual energy from escaping, Lu Ping added a soul-trapping array formation to the cave dwelling's protective array, the Ice River Slaughter Array Formation. This array formation could trap the spiritual energy in the cave dwelling. Even if the spiritual spring water flowed out of the cave dwelling, the spiritual energy would be intercepted and turned into ordinary spring water. Chapter 88. Although the North Sea Archipelago and the North Sea Monster Spirits territories bordered each other's territories, both sides had established a zone of separation between their territories. Neither side was allowed to station any cultivators or monster beasts within the zone, and cultivators from either side were strictly forbidden from entering. It was a buffer zone between the North Sea Alliance and the monster spirits. Naturally, the security was strict. However, there were many cultivators and Yao beasts there. It was impossible to control them all. Thus, there were still many cultivators and Yao beasts in the buffer zone. However, all of them were adventurers who had snuck into the buffer zone. Both sides treated each other as prey. The winner would naturally obtain cultivation resources while the loser would lose their lives. The cultivator-sharing alliance that Lu Ping had encountered in the True Soul Side Hall was a desperate organization of such cultivators. The so-called sea ban referred to the fact that the high-leveled cultivators on both sides would not provide protection for the cultivators on their side in the buffer zone. If they were to encounter the cultivators on the other side in the buffer zone, even the high-leveled cultivators on their side would die in vain. By the same logic, the so-called sea ban meant that the high-ranking cultivators of the North Sea Alliance would promise to protect the cultivators who entered the buffer zone to hunt monster beasts. This meant that if a high-ranking monster spirit cultivator appeared, the North Sea Alliance cultivators of the same level would be responsible for fighting. In other words, adults shouldn't interfere when children fight. On the first day of the 10th month, the sea ban was lifted. Cultivators who'd been waiting for a long time rushed to the buffer zone with dreams of killing monster beasts, getting rich, and improving their cultivation. More and more cultivators arrived on Huangli Island, but most of them were blood-refining cultivators. Because of their limited cultivation, they couldn't hunt monster beasts in the distant seas like blood condensation cultivators. They could only hunt blood-refining monster beasts in the coastal waters for spirit stones. Therefore, Huangli Island, which was the closest to the buffer zone, became their forward base. After the market on Huangli Island was built, Lu Ping rented a shop under his own name. Li Ziming and the others didn't expect Lu Ping to be so generous. Jinling set the price of a shop at 300 spirit stones per month, payable every half a year. Lu Ping threw in 3,600 spirit stones and rented the best shop for a year. Li Ziming and the others secretly mocked Lu Ping for wasting spirit stones. Hu Lili also advised him to wait, but Lu Ping snickered. "It'll be too late if we wait." He even encouraged Hu Lili to rent a shop as well. Hu Lili didn't have enough spirit stones at the moment, and she didn't have much confidence in Lu Ping's investment. Lu Ping had no choice but to rent a second shop under Hu Lili's name. Lu Ping wanted to rent it himself, but Jinling seemed to be a veteran in this business. He stipulated that each person could only rent one shop. Lu Ping couldn't help but sigh. A 10,000-year inheritance was indeed better than a 5,000-year one. At the very least, in his previous life, he couldn't do as much as Jinling when it came to real estate. Lu Ping sent a letter to his friends, Yao Yong, Shi Lingling, and the others, asking if they wanted to rent a shop. Unfortunately, they weren't interested. Moreover, the spirit stones in their hands didn't allow them to fool around. Then, Lu Ping sent another letter to Chen Lian. Chen Lian was quite interested. Old man Chen would be retiring in a few years. Although Chen Lian was allowed to slowly take over the business, the people who came to him were all here for old man Chen's fame. Chen Lian was overshadowed by his father's fame, so he didn't know much about smithing himself. To Chen Lian, who was obsessed with smithing, it was torture. Hence, he discussed with old man Chen to come to Huangli Island. Elder Chen was quite straightforward. He knew that this was an opportunity for Chen Lian to grow. With a wave of his hand, he gave Chen Lian 10,000 spirit stones to start a business on Huangli Island. In the 100 arts of cultivation, every cultivator would more or less learn one or several unique skills related to cultivation. For example, Lu Ping chose to learn talisman crafting and alchemy. Hu Lili chose to learn formations. Chen Lian naturally chose to forge tools. Naturally, The three shops were right next to each other. On the left was Chen Lian's, Little Chen's smithing shop. On the right was Lu Ping's talisman pill pavilion. The shop in the middle was temporarily used to purchase the skins of demonic beasts in the late blood refining realm and above, as well as various spiritual herbs and spiritual materials used for forging tools. Lu Ping opened up the three shops so that they could interact with each other. The business of the smithing shop naturally had to be managed by Chen Lian himself. As for the business of the talisman pill pavilion, Chen Lian hired a disciple in his 40s from Jinling's outer sect, Fang Tao, to be the shopkeeper at a salary of 50 spirit stones per month. After some thought, Chen Lian added 30 spirit stones to the salary and asked Fang Tao to be the shopkeeper of the shop that purchased spiritual herbs and spiritual materials. Chen Lian and Lu Ping each made a list of what they wanted and attached a price at the end. Lu Ping didn't know what Chen Lian's arrangements were, nor did he care. When he went to Dikuan Island to purchase spirit herbs and spirit pellets, he also bought a batch of late blood refining realm medicinal pellets, charms, and blood condensation realm medicinal pellets. Lu Ping didn't even have enough of them. Even though the seller gave him a discounted price because he bought them in bulk, he still spent almost 10,000 spirit stones, almost half of his wealth. When he returned, he sold all the medicinal pellets at Talisman Pellet Pavilion and sold them at a 20% discount. He then put the rest in his interspatial pouch and gave it to Fang Tao so that he could make up for it when he ran out of spirit herbs. The blood essence pills that Lu Ping concocted were also placed on the shelves. Lu Ping had been burning spirit stones to learn how to concoct pills. So far, he was still far from turning his losses into profits. On the other hand, his talismans had improved a lot. Thanks to Lu Ping's powerful divine sense, the success rate of the early blood condensation talismans he concocted was around 50%. The quality of the talismans he concocted had also improved a lot. There was also 100 treasure pavilion set up by the Jinling clan in the market. Naturally, it was located in the best location. However, considering that Huangli Island was too small, even if the sea ban was lifted, the number of customers would still be limited. Hence, the 100 treasure pavilion was opened. It was the equivalent of a grocery store in a mortal's market. After the sea ban was lifted, strategic islands like Xianqi Island were the first to prosper. Various trades were conducted, and the Jinling clan's profits were also increasing. Half a month after the sea ban was lifted, Huangli Island gradually appeared in the eyes of the cultivators who went out to sea. Although the island was the closest to the buffer zone, the facilities on the island were simple and crude. They could be replenished in a timely manner, saving a lot of time for greater harvests. Hence, the number of cultivators on Huangli Island gradually increased. In total, Lu Ping spent nearly 16,000 spirit stones on 2 storefronts and a large number of medicinal pellets and charms. He also kept another 4,000 spirit stones as capital for the purchase of spirit herbs and materials. With that, the 20,000 spirit stones were gone. Lu Ping's interspatial pouch, which had swelled up after the incident on Xianqi Island and the 5,000 spirit stones reward from the sect, slowly deflated again. At this moment, before Lu Ping was anxious, who Lily was. Every few days, she would come over to ask about the business. Chen Lian was watching from the side with interest. He teased, "What's this? If it's a friend, why would you ask so frequently? If it's the lady boss, she would have done it already. There's no need for Lu Ping to show up." His words made Hu Lily blush. She did not show her face at the pill and talisman pavilion for several days. Chapter 89. In fact, Lu Ping knew that after the sea ban was lifted, cultivators would have to go through an early stage of familiarizing themselves with the sea. During this stage, cultivators would have to familiarize themselves with the environment of the sea, the distribution of the demonic beasts, their strengths, species, habits, and so on. After all, it was a matter of life and death. Only after familiarizing themselves with all these would they begin the large-scale hunting and counter-hunting. There was still half a year before Dikuan Island's triennial blood condensation auction. Lu Ping didn't know if he could recoup his losses before the auction, but his cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds during this period of cultivation. Lu Ping had been in the blood condensation realm for a little more than a year now. During this period, he had experienced several life and death situations. 3 months ago, he entered the second level of the blood condensation realm. The ample supply of medicinal pills was an important factor in Lu Ping's improvement. During this period of time, Lu Ping had received rewards from the sect, his own purchases, Sheng Tao's legacy, the spoils of war from killing Xian Ling's sect cultivators, and the supply of 2 mini-spirit veins. Lu Ping once again experienced the thrill of breaking through in the blood refining realm. However, the lack of spirit stones still made Lu Ping unhappy. Even though he was confident that he could earn spirit stones from the 2 shops, his own expenses were also high. Lu Ping wasn't the kind of person to sit around and eat without spending money. Initially, Lu Ping wanted to hunt demonic beasts in the sea, but he wasn't familiar with the buffer zone at all. It was better to wait for other cultivators to scout the area first. Fortunately, Dikuan Island would be holding a blood refining realm auction next month. Previously, he had entrusted a batch of items that he had discarded after entering the blood condensation realm to the multi-treasure pavilion for auction. With no other choice, Lu Ping snuck into the spirit snake's nest again. After half a day of digging, he dug out 100 caddies of spirit-stained earth and came back to Chen Lian. Chen Lian's smithing shop started to accept odd jobs such as repairing magic tools. These jobs mostly relied on skills and didn't require any initial investment. Chen Lian's life was quite enjoyable. When Lu Ping saw Chen Lian, he had just extinguished the fire array. Naturally, Chen Lian could not bring out his father's stone jade fire. What he used was a fire-gathering array that was passed down in his family. He used spirit stones to set up the array, and then used the mana within his body to ignite the fire-gathering array. Therefore, every time he refined a weapon, it consumed a lot of mana. Fortunately, with the fire-gathering array, he could save a lot of mana. Otherwise, with Chen Lian's current level of cultivation, he might not be able to continue refining high-level weapons. When Chen Lian saw Lu Ping's spirit ashen clay ore, he was quite surprised and said, "This ore is a spiritual material used to refine earth attribute defensive artifacts. It has many uses. Normally, 10 gene of ore can produce 1 gene of spirit ashen clay. 1 gene of spirit ashen clay is worth about 50 spirit stones. This 100 gene of spirit ashen clay can produce 10 gene of spirit ashen clay. I will give you 500 spirit stones." Lu Ping thought that 500 spirit stones in half a day was not bad, but he did not have the time to mine every day. He could only rely on emergency help. So, he asked, "How much more do you want?" "I can get more from where I can." Chen Lian said, "At most, I need another 100 gene of ore. You don't need more for the time being. If you need spirit stones urgently, I can give you 5,000. Lu Ping knew that Chen Lian only had 10,000 spirit stones from his father. In addition to his own savings, Chen Lian only had 15,000 spirit stones at most. Not to mention, he had already paid a year's worth of rent. He had to purchase all kinds of mystic instruments and spirit materials from scratch, which would also require a lot of spirit stones. Hence, he said, "Forget it, I won't be needing it for now. I'll let you know when I need it. But if you need the spirit ash soil, just let me know." After he returned, he calmed himself down and concocted a batch of blood purification pills. Surprisingly, he managed to produce 7 pills. He had another breakthrough in the mid-blood refining realm. However, his success rate for late blood refining realm pills was still only 40%. Otherwise, according to the rules of the alchemy world, he would be qualified to try concocting the simplest arcane energy recovery pill for the blood condensation realm. Lu Ping knew that concocting pills required patience. He couldn't accomplish it in one go. For now, he could only lay a solid foundation. He stored the blood purification pills in a jade bottle. This was Debao's rations after he broke through to the mid-blood refining realm. Debao was about to break through again. After consuming many of the early blood refining realm pills that Lu Ping concocted, Debao, who was at the third layer of the blood condensation realm, fell asleep beside the spirit spring in the cave abode. Debao's body was curled up like a huge meatball. Yesterday, on a whim, Lu Ping used Debao as a stool and sat on it. It was soft and wobbly, but it was quite comfortable. Debao slept soundly without feeling anything. Lu Ping made a nest on a rock protruding from the spirit spring and placed the 3 green sea snake eggs inside. As usual, Lu Ping would use his arcane energy to nourish the 3 eggs every day. This was also the most gentle and effective way to make a demonic beast recognize him as its master. The life force in the eggs grew stronger and stronger, but the 3 spirit snake eggs still hadn't hatched. Helpless, Lu Ping returned to Tianling Mountain and searched for information about the green sea snake in the Tianling Hall's scripture pavilion. The only thing he found was that the longer the incubation time, the higher the aptitude of the demonic beast. Helpless, Lu Ping could only continue to wait. On the other hand, Uncle Master Xianyuan was no longer in the Tianling Hall. This saved Lu Ping 10 spirit stones. Rumor had it that Uncle Master Xianyuan was going to replace the fallen enlightened Master Xianyong as the dean of the Zhenling Side Hall. This made Lu Ping feel sad for his juniors. Always prepare 10 spirit stones, or else. Hee. A month later, Lu Ping went to the multi-treasure pavilion on Dikuan Island. The auction for the blood refining cultivators had ended. Due to the opening of the sea ban, many items were sold at high prices. Among the items that Lu Ping consigned, dozens of high-grade and supreme-grade blood refining talismans were sold for 500 spirit stones. The warning talismans and landmine talismans were highly sought after by the cultivators. These were essential items for ambushes and sneak attacks. The warning talismans were sold for 250 spirit stones each, while the landmine talismans were even more popular, sold for 300 spirit stones each. 3 sets of warning talismans and 3 sets of landmine talismans were sold for 1,600 spirit stones each. The 6 bottles of blood solidifying pellets were sold for 1,000 spirit stones, and the mid-grade mystic instruments were sold for around 400 to 500 spirit stones. In total, Lu Ping earned 5,500 spirit stones from the blood refining realm auction, which was enough to support him for another month or 2. Most of the Xianling sect's early blood condensation disciples that Lu Ping killed had around 2,000 to 3,000 spirit stones in their interspatial pouches. Lu Ping had double the amount of spirit stones, but it was barely enough to support him. The situation at the auction reminded him that the warning talismans and landmine talismans for the blood refining realm were still very popular. Moreover, after he obtained his divine sense, his skill in refining talismans for the blood refining realm had improved tremendously. If he placed these talismans in his own talisman pavilion, he should be able to sell them for a good price. Chapter 90. As the number of cultivators on Huangli Island increased, the business of Lu Ping's 2 shops also began to pick up. Especially after the first batch of cultivators returned from the sea, Lu Ping's shops also attracted the attention of cultivators. However, the purchase list Lu Ping and Chen Lian gave Fang Tao limited the scope of purchase, which made the cultivators somewhat dissatisfied. There was no other way. After all, Lu Ping and Chen Lian had limited spirit stones, so they could only purchase the things they urgently needed first. Although the North Sea Alliance had opened up the sea ban, and cultivators from many sects and rogue cultivators had begun to make their way to the buffer zone, the sects had not officially ordered their disciples to freely enter and leave the buffer zone. On one hand, they naturally wanted other cultivators to scout the way for their disciples. On the other hand, the 2 sects led by Xianling sect and Zhenling sect were still bickering over the ownership of some islands. This time, although Xianling sect suffered heavy losses on Xianqi Island, they still managed to make some gains in other areas. At the same time, the other sects in the alliance had more or less gained the upper hand in the war. Although their gains were not as great as the first clash between the two sides, Zhenling sect still managed to reclaim 5 islands. Zhenling lost Xian Chang Island and Xian Yun Island, Canghai sect lost Xian Ancient Island to Lang sect, Jade Sword sect lost Xian Shua Island to Soaring Feather sect, and Chong Ming sect's Xian Yuan Island was taken back by Linggu sect. Overall, in this conflict, Zhenling sect lost land, while Xian Ling sect lost face. Thus, a problem arose. Zhenling sect, who had lost their land, naturally wanted to take back the 5 islands, but Xian Ling sect, who had lost a large number of cultivators, originally wanted to take back all the islands that Zhenling sect had occupied during the first conflict. But now that they had lost so many cultivators, they were far from achieving their strategic goal. Naturally, they weren't willing to let this matter rest. Thus, the two sects quarreled in the alliance, looking as if they would start fighting again at the slightest disagreement. It had been more than a month since the sea ban had been lifted. If the two sides continued to fight like this, the North Sea alliance would still be at a disadvantage when the demons attacked again. Hence, the neutral sects, led by the Shui Yen Pavilion and the Hai Yen sect, came to a compromise. They put aside the dispute over the 5 islands and opened the Flying Spirit ruins to the public. Both sides chose their early blood condensation disciples to settle their grudges in one of the islands. Speaking of Fei Ling ruins, one had to mention Fei Ling sect. 4,000 years ago, Fei Ling sect was the true overlord of the North Sea Alliance. Their strength was tyrannical and they had produced 4 spirit transformation realm cultivators, Laozu. The sect had a long history and a deep foundation. Their reputation in the North Sea was far stronger than the current Xian Ling sect. Even outside the North Sea, their name was known far and wide. As a result, the sect's disciples had always been arrogant and domineering in the North Sea. Fei Ling sect was also used to taking more of the resources in the North Sea. Finally, it aroused public anger. At that time, Xian Ling sect secretly joined forces with the other sects in the North Sea to launch a war against Fei Ling sect. The arrogant Fei Ling sect didn't notice the undercurrent behind their arrogance at all. By the time they came to their senses, the island-protecting formation of Fei Ling sect had already been secretly disintegrated, and various sects had already invaded Fei Ling Island. Caught off guard, the cultivators of Fei Ling sect suffered heavy losses. However, Fei Ling sect had a deep foundation. At that time, there were as many as 18 Dharma laws Laozu in the sect. Among them, there were 4 late Dharma laws Laozu. This battle was naturally chaotic and extremely tragic. In the end, although the sects in the North Sea won, more than 10 Dharma laws Laozu, including 2 late Dharma laws Laozu, were seriously injured and died in the following 100 years. The battle between more than 10 Dharma laws Laozu also caused Fei Ling Island to be beyond recognition. The aftermath of the spells made it impossible for the cultivators below the Dharma laws stage to get close. At this time, the forbidden formation used by the Fei Ling sect to seal off the mountain was activated by a late Dharma adept of the Fei Ling sect, with the intention of killing both sides. The adepts of the various sects could only scavenge for the training resources on Fei Ling Island in a hurry. Naturally, the adepts were not interested in the items below the core forging stage, and they did not have the time to scavenge for them. In the end, Fei Ling Island sank to the bottom of the sea with a large number of low-end resources. Xian Ling sect also began to rise at this time and gradually became the new overlord of the North Sea. However, the overall strength of the North Sea was greatly weakened. After the incident, the many Dharma laws Laozu also wanted to let Fei Ling Island see the light of day again. After all, there was still a lot of resources on the island. At the same time, the spirit vein on Fei Ling Island was also coveted by the various sections. Even though the only large spirit vein in the North Sea had been damaged in the war and reduced to a large spirit vein, Fei Ling Island's formation was still the last resort. However, the restriction formation on Fei Ling Island was the last resort that master spirit transformation of the Fei Ling sect had set up for the sect. Its purpose was to allow the sect to activate the formation to seal the island in a time of crisis so that it could recuperate and make a comeback. The hand of a Taoist master spirit transformation was not so easy to deal with. In the end, the patriarchs could only take advantage of the fact that the grade of Flying Spirit Island's spirit vein had dropped from a large to a large one. Every 500 years, they would summon Flying Spirit Island from the seabed. However, every time Fei Ling Island was summoned, it was still sealed and only allowed cultivators below the early blood condensation realm to enter. Every time Fei Ling Island was opened, the blood condensation realm cultivators would benefit greatly from it. However, there were many restrictions on the island, and the cultivators from the various sects fought with each other, causing many cultivators to die. Now, it was time for Fei Ling Island to open again. The North Sea Alliance planned to let the various sects send their disciples into Fei Ling Island to collect resources. After that, the sect that collected the most resources would be the winner. The winner would get half of the resources of the losing sect as a reward. Of course, the neutral sects would only send their disciples into Fei Ling Island. They would not participate in the battle between the Jinling and Xianling sections. Every time Fei Ling Island opened, only 200 cultivators could enter. Naturally, there was another round of wrangling over the quota of each sect. In the end, it was still based on strength. Xianling sect and Zhenling sect each got 20 quotas, while the stronger sects such as Canghai sect and Canglang sect got 15 quotas. Then, small sects or independent clans with only one quota were allocated. When the news spread, Zhenling naturally had to think about it carefully. Zhenling was a big sect with thousands of early blood condensation cultivators. Among them, there were about 800 to 900 third-level blood condensation cultivators. He had to think carefully about who was stronger and who was weaker. This was also because there were only 5 days, and the disciples were scattered all over the place. Otherwise, he could have held a selection competition to pick out the 20 strongest disciples. Left with no choice, Zhenling sect could only ask the late blood condensation realm master immortals and core forging enlightened masters to recommend Lu Ping. A mere second-layer blood condensation realm cultivator was recommended by the side hall's master immortal Lu Ziyuan and Xian Qi Island's enlightened master Chu Xuancheng. Even the carefree Jiang Xianlin made an exception and recommended Lu Ping. What did this person do to deserve the recommendation of 2 powerful direct disciples from Zhenling's core forging enlightened masters? Chapter 91. Lu Ping immediately returned to Xian Qi Island and asked Master Immortal Lu about it. Although Master Immortal Lu had heard some rumors, he didn't know much about it. Hence, he brought Lu Ping to visit enlightened Master Chu Xuancheng. Enlightened Master Chu knew a little, but he hadn't experienced the opening of Fei Ling Island. After telling Lu Ping everything he knew, he asked him to return to Tianling Mountain and look for enlightened Master Chu Xuancheng. Lu Ping finally found the right person. Enlightened Master Chu Xuancheng told Lu Ping about his participation in the opening of Fei Ling Island in detail. He warned Lu Ping, Fei Ling Island isn't as full of treasures as people say. Not to mention how much was destroyed by Fa Xiang Laozu's battle, even Fa Xiang Laozu's search wouldn't leave much behind. Moreover, before Laozu's battle, the sects of the North Sea invaded Fei Ling Island and plundered it. In addition, for the past 4,000 years, we've been searching the island every 500 years. How many good things could there be? However, because of the large spirit vein, the spirit herbs on Fei Ling Island will mature once every 500 years. It has become the most important resource on Fei Ling Island. Therefore, in this battle, both sides will compete on how many spirit herbs their disciples collect. The sect will take 3/4 of the spirit herbs collected. If the disciples have other harvests, the sect will not interfere. What Lu Ping wanted the most right now were spirit herbs. Naturally, he was overjoyed when he heard this. He took the map of Fei Ling Island that enlightened Master Chu Xuancheng had drawn from his memory and returned to Huangli Island to prepare. 5 days later, on the 2nd day of the 2nd month, Zhenling's group of 20 early blood condensation disciples flew southwest of Tianling Mountain under the lead of 2 enlightened masters. Originally, Fei Ling Island could open at any time this year. However, Shui Yen Pavilion and Hai Yen sect's proposal caught the sects off guard, which was why they were in such a hurry. Even with the speed of core forging enlightened masters, it took them a day to arrive above Fei Ling Island. They randomly found a coral island and landed on it. Lu Ping played with a mid-grade water attribute defensive artifact, the crystal mirror, in his hand, silently familiarizing himself with its properties. This was the preparation the sect had made for the 20 disciples who would enter Fei Ling Island. This time, Zhenling's sect had prepared a middle-grade magic tool, a bottle of superior-grade healing medicine, 3 bottles of superior-grade vitality replenishing pills for recovering spiritual energy, and 3 bottles of China root pills, which were cultivation pills. They were considered as early rewards given by the sect. Lu Ping was quite satisfied, especially with the 3 bottles of China root pills. This temporarily alleviated Lu Ping's shortage of blood condensation realm pills. Out of the 2 perfected masters, one was perfected master Lu Xianling, a middle-aged woman with a kind expression. The other was perfected master Guo Xianshan, a burly man in his 30s. At this time, the perfected masters of the various sects also arrived with their disciples. The perfected masters of the Zhanghai sect, Jade Sword sect, and Chongming sect all came forward with their disciples to greet them, instructing their disciples to take care of each other if they met on Fei Ling Island. At this time, a ray of light flew over from the horizon and landed on a coral island opposite of Zhenling. A tall, skinny old man and a middle-aged man with a cold expression appeared on the island with 10 disciples. It was Xianling sect's group. The tall, skinny old man was Xianling sect's Feng Shutao. He laughed and said, "Lu Xianling, why is a woman like you leading the group? Where's that hypocrite Zhang Xianlin? Did he accidentally get injured in the last battle?" Perfected Master Lu smiled and said, "Senior brother Jiang is a genius. His breakthrough to the Dharma realm is just around the corner. How can he be distracted by such trivial matters? I thank you on behalf of senior brother Jiang, old Taoist Feng." Feng Shutao's expression changed when he heard perfected Master Lu's words. He said, "It's not that easy to break through to the Dharma realm. Maybe he's just using a bamboo basket to fetch water." Perfected Guo Xianshan snorted angrily and said, "Old Feng, you're my senior brother Jiang's old rival. You should know best whether senior brother Jiang can break through to the Dharma realm or not." It was perfected Master Jiang Rushue from the Shui Yen Pavilion who quickly interrupted, "Everyone, stop arguing. It's almost time. Let's get ready to activate the array at the bottom of the sea, so that these little guys don't have to wait too long." Perfected Master Jiang Rushue spoke slowly and softly like a little wife. Feng Shutao and Guo Xianshan did not want to argue anymore, so they both snorted and stopped talking. The 200 cultivators participating in this trip to Fei Ling Island came from 20 sects or independent clans. Each clan had to send at least 1 core forging perfected master to escort their disciples. At the same time, they were also responsible for activating the array on Fei Ling Island, even if only 1 disciple was participating. This was also the minimum requirement for the sects to divide up the 100 spots. As the 30 core forging perfected masters waved their hands, all kinds of spirit stones, spiritual materials, array discs, and other items shone with spiritual light and sank to the bottom of the sea like rain. It was as if these perfected masters already knew the location of the array at the bottom of the sea. Lu Ping probed the bottom of the sea with his divine sense, but there was only seawater. He could not help but sigh at the power of these perfected masters' divine sense. Lu Ping had been diligently practicing the spirit-nourishing technique, but now, he had only increased the range of his divine sense by 10 feet, which was 1/40th. He was still far from the peak of the spirit-nourishing technique, which could increase the range of his divine sense by 1/3. After setting up the array, the 30 perfected masters each took a position. Suddenly, a beam of light appeared in each of their hands. The perfected masters flipped their hands, and 60 beams of light penetrated the bottom of the sea. A rumbling sound came from the bottom of the sea. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the sound became louder and louder, gradually becoming deafening. It was as if a behemoth was about to break out of the water. The seawater on the surface of the sea also gradually became turbulent, and the waves grew bigger and bigger. Gradually, they formed a huge wave that was several feet high and rushed towards the coral island. Everyone flew into the air on their magic tools. The shadow at the bottom of the sea grew bigger and bigger, getting closer and closer to the surface. Everyone was looking forward to seeing what the famous Fei Ling Island looked like. At this moment, the shadow at the bottom of the sea finally broke out of the water and appeared in front of the cultivators. Everyone looked at each other. How was this Fei Ling Island? This was simply a huge group teleportation array. At this time, Xian Ling Sect's Feng Shutao shouted, "Disciples, quickly enter the teleportation array." The perfected masters of the various sects also ordered their disciples to enter. Lu Ping followed Jinling's group into the teleportation array. The world was spinning, and Lu Ping only felt the ground under his feet. He immediately placed the crystal mirror on top of his head, and at the same time, turned his eyes to look around. What entered his eyes was a lush green ruin. The trees on both sides of the road were faintly discernible, but they were still stubbornly alive. Unfortunately, these were ordinary weeds and trees, not spirit herbs. Lu Ping probed with his divine sense, and his face immediately lit up. He pointed with his finger, and a sparkling and translucent stone fell into his hand. It was actually a mid-grade spirit stone. Lu Ping was slightly happy. This was a good start. Fei Ling Island was once the only huge island in the North Sea. According to the records, it was 1,700 miles in circumference. How huge was this? No wonder everyone could only enter through the teleportation array. How could a few dozen perfected masters summon such a huge island? Even Dharma idol Lao Tzu would have a hard time doing this. This made everyone exclaim at perfected Master Ling's boundless arcane energy. Rumor had it that Jinling's camp, Tian Ling Mountain, also had a legacy left behind by Jinling's only perfected master, Lao Tzu. However, outsiders had no way of knowing what it was. Lu Ping continued to look around, and finally confirmed that this was the foothill of Tsang Mountain to the west of Fei Ling Island. It was about 100 miles away from the main peak of Fei Ling Mountain. According to perfected Master Zhang's records, this used to be the location of Fei Ling Sect's artifact refining hall. In the past, other than the main peak, Fei Ling Mountain, Fei Ling Sect had 5 other major peaks. They were the Pill Refining Room, Scripture Pavilion, Artifact Refining Hall, and Spiritual Herb Garden. The teleportation array could only randomly teleport everyone to Fei Ling Island. As for where they would be teleported to, that depended on luck. At this time, Lu Ping couldn't help but envy the cultivators who were teleported to the Spiritual Herb Garden. However, as long as there was a place with spiritual qi, every sect would open up a place to plant spiritual herbs. It was just that the number and variety of spiritual herbs wouldn't be as many as the Spiritual Herb Garden. As Lu Ping walked towards the main peak of Tsang Mountain, he used his divine sense to check his surroundings to see if he could find any spiritual herbs or spiritual materials. At the same time, he also paid attention to the Grand Restriction Array. Because this Grand Restriction Array was hastily set up by Fei Ling Sect's Lao Tzu, it had been damaged quite a bit. Therefore, after it was set up, not only would Fei Ling Island sink to the bottom of the sea, but the island was also filled with many restrictions. If one were to accidentally touch the array, they could be trapped for a period of time and then break free. If it were serious, they could only be imprisoned inside and wait for death. If they encountered a powerful killing array, they could turn their bones into ashes on the spot. Lu Ping shrunk his divine sense to 200 feet. This way, he might miss some things due to the reduced range of his divine sense. However, with his divine sense shrunk, Lu Ping's probing power became more subtle, allowing him to discover some relatively hidden restrictions. Along the way, Lu Ping had already avoided several hidden restrictions. One of the restrictions had an astonishing power. Lu Ping had picked up a fragment of a middle-grade magic tool on the way and threw it on top of the restriction. The fragment immediately broke into 7 or 8 fragments, breaking it even more thoroughly. This made Lu Ping secretly shocked. No wonder enlightened Master Jiang said that a large portion of the cultivators who died on Fei Ling Island were imprisoned or killed by the island's restrictions. Lu Ping also saw a lot of corpses on the way. Most of them were badly decayed. It was hard to tell whether they were Fei Ling sect cultivators or North Sea cultivators. In any case, there were no storage pouches on them, so Lu Ping burned all the corpses with fire spells. Although he cultivated a water-type cultivation method, it was not a problem for him to use a small fire-type spell. He also collected a lot of abandoned magic tools and fragments. He planned to bring them back to Chen Lian to see if they were still useful. In any case, he had a lot of storage pouches with him. In addition, there were some spiritual herbs. He collected a lot of 100-year-old spiritual herbs used to refine blood refining realm pills, but there was not a single 500-year-old spiritual herb. There were also a few spirit stones. Unfortunately, they were all low-grade spirit stones. Lu Ping picked them up, but it was better than nothing. This trip to Fei Ling Island had a total of 18 days for 200 cultivators to explore. Although there was enough time, Fei Ling Island was also incomparably huge. Fei Ling's sect had been operating on it for tens of thousands of years, so it was unknown how many hidden places there were. The place Lu Ping went to was the peak of Tsang Mountain, where the artifact refining hall was located. There was a branch of Fei Ling Mountain's spirit vein at the top. Outside the artifact refining hall, there were 2 small spiritual herb gardens. He did not know the current situation. Chapter 92. Just as Lu Ping was carefully inspecting his surroundings and slowly walking towards the refining hall, he suddenly heard the sound of something flying behind him. Lu Ping turned around and saw a cultivator flying in the air. When the cultivator saw Lu Ping walking slowly on the ground, he looked at him as if he was looking at an idiot. In the blink of an eye, he overtook Lu Ping and flew towards the main peak of Tsang Mountain. Lu Ping shook his head. Looking at the cultivator's clothes, he should be from a sect that rose up in the last few hundred years. No wonder he didn't know that flying was forbidden on Fei Ling Island. When Fei Ling Island was first opened, almost 50 out of 200 blood condensation cultivators died to the forbidden array in the sky. Sure enough, when the cultivator was just a mile away from Lu Ping, he heard a shrill scream. Lu Ping looked up and saw that the cultivator in the air had been split into 7 or 8 pieces and was falling to the ground. Lu Ping continued to move forward calmly, using his divine sense to scan his surroundings. Finally, he arrived at the place where the cultivator died. He found that the space here was fluctuating violently. It was obviously a huge forbidden array that was directly connected to the sky above Fei Ling Island. Lu Ping couldn't help but feel sorry for the unlucky cultivator. He didn't even notice such an obvious array. Obviously, he didn't even have time to scan with his divine sense. Lu Ping carefully looked around. After confirming that there was no danger, he put away the cultivator's interspatial pouch and opened it. Other than 3,000 spirit stones and a bottle of medicinal pellets, there were also 2 mid-grade mystic instruments, some freshly harvested 100-year spirit herbs scattered around the interspatial pouch, and 2 wooden boxes containing 2 500-year spirit herbs. Lu Ping thought to himself that this person was quite lucky to find 2 blood condensation spirit herbs in the outskirts. However, he was too careless and didn't know much about Fei Ling Island. Lu Ping continued to walk towards the main peak of Tsang Mountain. Along the way, a joyful expression appeared on his face. He shook the spirit beast storage bag and a spirit beast the size of a puppy and fat like a meatball appeared in front of Lu Ping. Debao's eyes were blurry as he looked around in confusion. Obviously, he had not yet recovered from the new environment. Lu Ping checked with his divine sense and confirmed that Debao had indeed reached the 4th layer of the blood refining realm. This would be a great help to Lu Ping's trip to Fei Ling Island. Lu Ping fed Debao one of the blood purification pills he had refined and told it to look around him, but not too far away. The spirit-seeking mouse was only sensitive to areas where spiritual qi gathered on the ground. Now that Debeo had reached the 4th layer of the blood-refining realm, he wondered if he would be able to display an even better detection ability. Sure enough, Debeo followed Lu Ping's instructions and dug a half-foot deep hole not far behind Lu Ping. Using its beak, it took out a mid-grade spirit stone. This made Lu Ping very happy. Debeo's detection ability had indeed improved. It could sense things buried in shallow areas. When they reached the main peak of Tsang Mountain, Debeo found a total of 3 mid-grade spirit stones and several low-grade spirit stones for Lu Ping. He also found a lot of broken magic tools and a 500-year-old spirit herb hidden behind a boulder. According to enlightened Master Jiang Xuanlin's records, there were 3 small spirit herb gardens on the main peak of Tsang Mountain. There were many spirit herbs used to concoct blood condensation realm spirit herbs. 500 years had passed, so these spirit herbs should have matured. Lu Ping first came to a spirit herb garden. These spirit herb gardens were usually protected by small array formations. Before Lu Ping could find the entrance, a flash of lightning appeared and blasted a large hole in the ground in front of Lu Ping. Lu Ping looked up and saw that a flying feather sect cultivator had already arrived at the spirit herb garden. This cultivator was holding a small round mirror that flashed with lightning. He said to Lu Ping, "This place has been claimed by me. Fellow Taoist, please leave." Lu Ping was stunned, but he didn't want to argue with him. Finding spirit herbs was more important, so he walked towards another spirit herb garden. When the flying feather sect cultivator saw the direction Lu Ping came from, his expression changed. Clearly, he was very familiar with Fei Ling's sect's situation. When he used his divine sense to scan Lu Ping, he discovered that Lu Ping was only a 2nd-layer blood condensation realm cultivator. He couldn't help but smile sinisterly. He bent down to collect the spirit herbs in the spirit herb garden. This time, Lu Ping's luck was pretty good. The 2nd spirit herb garden wasn't taken by other cultivators. Lu Ping took out his flying swallow sword and attacked the array formation outside the spirit herb garden. In an instant, the array formation outside was cut open for Lu Ping to enter and exit. This spirit herb garden was less than half an acre in size. Other than a large number of century-old spirit herbs, there were about 100 stalks of 500-year-old spirit herbs. Moreover, they were all matured. This made Lu Ping very happy. He opened the jade box he brought with him and carefully collected the spirit herbs, sorting them into different jade boxes. After looting all the spirit herbs in the spirit herb garden, Lu Ping scattered the seeds of the matured spirit herbs in the garden according to his usual practice. This was for the next cultivator who came to Fei Ling Island to collect them when it opened. He had to get to the last spirit herb garden as soon as possible. Otherwise, he wouldn't have enough time. After Lu Ping hurriedly tidied up the spirit herb garden, he came out of the array formation that was about to recover. He felt a slight dark wind blowing towards him. If not for Lu Ping's double divine sense, he might not have noticed it. A crystal mirror flew out from Lu Ping's body and grew to 3 feet in size. With a crisp, ding, sound, Lu Ping blocked the incoming object. A 3-inch needle-shaped magic artifact flew back and landed in the hands of a cultivator about 20 feet to the left of Lu Ping. Lu Ping turned around and saw that it was the flying feather sect cultivator that he saw in the first spirit herb garden. He had an invisibility talisman on his body. No wonder Lu Ping didn't notice him at first. Now that he was using the magic artifact, his magic energy fluctuated and revealed his figure. The flying feather sect cultivator clearly didn't expect Lu Ping to block his sneak attack unscathed. He was stunned for a moment and cursed in his heart. "Brat, you're quite lucky to be able to block this needle. But your luck ends here." As he said that, he took out his small round mirror that could stimulate lightning. A bolt of lightning shot towards Lu Ping. The lightning struck the crystal mirror, and Lu Ping felt a numbing sensation in his magic energy. Although it was faint, it was real. This made Lu Ping alert. Not to mention that the other party's cultivation was higher than his. The Flying Feather sect was also a large sect in the Northern Sea. The other party was able to stand out among the many third-layer blood condensation realm cultivators in the sect, so he naturally had his merits. Lu Ping took out his flying swallow sword and said, "Are you going to kill me and rob me?" The Flying Feather sect cultivator chuckled and said, "That's right. I can also help our friend from Xianling sect to have one less competitor." Lu Ping laughed and said, "You're quite direct." As soon as he finished speaking, he used the stone-piercing sword art and slashed towards the other party. The Flying Feather sect cultivator didn't expect Lu Ping's counterattack to be so sharp. This wasn't the kind of magic energy a second-layer blood condensation realm cultivator should have. At the same time, he realized that Jinling must have his own abilities to be able to become one of the 20 cultivators who entered Fei Ling Island with a second-layer blood condensation realm cultivation. He didn't think that Lu Ping was someone who relied on the help of his sect's elders to make a fortune here. After realizing this, the Flying Feather sect cultivator hurriedly took out a mid-grade magic artifact to protect himself. At the same time, he released his needle-shaped magic artifact to surround Lu Ping, waiting for an opportunity to launch a sneak attack. Unfortunately, it was too late for the Flying Feather sect cultivator. Lu Ping raised his right hand, and the goose feather blades flew up again. His divine sense, which was twice as strong as that of a cultivator of the same realm as him, came into play at this moment. He activated the Raging Waves Crashing Shore sword art. The two sword arts worked together and instantly tore apart the Flying Feather sect cultivator's protective magic artifact. As the Flying Feather sect cultivator cried out in alarm, several talismans flew out from his hands. Some transformed into wooden shields, some transformed into stone walls, and some transformed into offensive spells. All of them blocked Lu Ping's sword and blade waves. However, all of them were destroyed by Lu Ping without exception. The Flying Swallow sword flashed and the Flying Feather sect cultivator's heart was pierced. With a loud explosion, the Flying Feather sect cultivator's body was reduced to ashes. This was the result of the collapse of his core space. Lu Ping sighed inwardly. Most cultivators would activate the power of the condensed blood bead in times of crisis. Some would even choose to self-destruct the condensed blood bead or destroy their core space in order to gain a final chance to counterattack. Therefore, when cultivators died, they would rarely leave behind the condensed blood bead. The reason why Lu Ping obtained the Green Sea Snake and Xiao Shipeng's condensed blood bead was because neither of them believed that they would die under the sword of a blood-refining realm cultivator. Naturally, they would not choose to perish together, which would only benefit Lu Ping in the end. Lu Ping picked up the scattered artifacts and storage pouches of the Flying Feather sect cultivator and turned to look not far away. He said, "You've been watching for so long. Could it be that you're planning to be the fisherman in the end?" A cultivator wearing the uniform of the Sea Flame sect walked out from behind a boulder on the west side of the spiritual herbal garden. He smiled awkwardly at Lu Ping and said, "I happened to pass by this place by accident. When I heard the sounds of battle, I rushed over to see if I could persuade the two sides to stop fighting and make peace. I didn't expect fellow Taoist to display your might. I didn't manage to stop you in time. I'm ashamed." Naturally, Lu Ping did not believe his nonsense. He said expressionlessly, "Oh, if that's the case, you're going to stand up for him?" The Sea Flame sect cultivator took a step back and said cautiously, "Fellow Taoist must be joking. Since there's nothing else for me to do here, I'll take my leave." Without waiting for Lu Ping's response, the cultivator hurried back the way he came. Lu Ping couldn't stop him in time. He could only let the cultivator leave. Then, he walked towards the third spiritual herbal garden. On the way, Lu Ping looked through the loot of the Flying Feather sect cultivator. There were more than 8,500-year-old spiritual herbs, more than 20 mid-grade spirit stones, and 2 bottles of blood condensation realm cultivation pills in the 30 boxes. There was also the small round mirror that could shoot out lightning and the needle-shaped artifact that was used to attack Lu Ping. Lu Ping also had a needle-shaped artifact before. After the blood sacrifice, he used it to kill a Xianling sect second-layer blood condensation realm cultivator during the battle on Xianqi Island. After that, that needle-shaped artifact was also destroyed. Now that it was a mid-grade artifact, its quality was obviously much better than the previous one. The third spiritual herbal garden was already empty. The Sea Flame sect cultivator must have gotten there first. This made Lu Ping very angry. Obviously, there were many cultivators who were familiar with Fei Ling Island. He had to speed up. Chapter 93. Lu Ping looked at the huge ruins in front of him. This was the ruins of Fei Ling sect's refining hall. The broken walls above the ruins seemed to be telling the story of Fei Ling sect's prosperity in the past. Lu Ping spent the whole day searching the Tsang Mountain. Although he had some harvest, it was a pity that it was not as good as the harvest in the spiritual herbal garden. Therefore, he decided to come to the ruins of the refining hall to take a look. Lu Ping walked in the middle of the ruins, hoping to find something. At the same time, he sighed in his heart. He wanted to pay homage to these magnificent ruins. After all, it was such an important place. Every cultivator who entered Fei Ling Island would come to explore it, so he was afraid that he would not find anything. De Bao, on the other hand, was running around like a meatball, kicking up layers of dust. His originally earthen yellow fur was now the color of the earth. From time to time, De Bao would find one or two magic tool fragments from the ruins and give them to Lu Ping. After receiving Lu Ping's praise, he was very excited. Just as Lu Ping walked to the middle of the ruins, something in Lu Ping's storage bag suddenly trembled. Lu Ping's heart moved. He looked around and saw only desolation. Only then did he take out a huge jade box. Lu Ping opened the jade box. Inside, a blue flame was swaying. It was Lu Ping's trump card, the Azure Spirit Fire. Lu Ping had already refined this spirit fire. However, because he cultivated a pure water attribute cultivation method, he did not keep it in his body. Instead, he carried it in a spiritual storage box. At this moment, the Azure Spirit Fire slightly trembled. Lu Ping's mind was connected to it. He knew that this was a reaction between the same kind of spirit fire. Suddenly, his spirit was shaken. Could it be that there was a hidden secret room here with a heaven and earth spirit fire? After all, this was Fei Ling sect's refining hall. It was normal to have a heaven and earth spirit fire. Following the blue spirit fire's senses, Lu Ping came to the back of a palace in the ruins. This place looked like the back of the palace. Here, the blue spirit fire's senses were even more intense. However, Lu Ping searched the entire back of the palace and found nothing. Just as Lu Ping was pondering where this feeling came from, De Bao suddenly discovered something in the corner of the back room. Lu Ping hurriedly rushed over and saw De Bao walking around in the corner, using its claws to scratch the ground from time to time. However, this was the refining hall, and the stone slabs on the ground were all made of rough green steel stone, so how could De Bao dig it? Lu Ping looked carefully in the corner, but he still couldn't see anything. He used his divine sense to explore, and found that there was still a slight fluctuation of spiritual qi on the ground. Lu Ping took out a flying sword and pried open the stone slabs in the corner. A small basement appeared in front of Lu Ping. Lu Ping carefully walked down. The discovery in front of him immediately made him ecstatic. This basement was piled with a large amount of spirit materials. Profound iron, fine gold stone, fire copper ore, green crystal stone, thousand-year peach wood, spotted thunder bamboo, spirit willow branch, water spirit bead, wind singing stone, cold jade stone, thunder rumbling stone, and so on. The spirit materials used to refine mid and upper grade magic tools were neatly piled inside, almost taking up a third of the basement. However, although there were many types of spirit materials, they were lacking in quantity. There were only about one or two of each type. Even so, Lu Ping was very satisfied. Among them, there were 4 kinds of spirit materials that were on the same level as deep-sea cold iron. They were used to refine top-grade magic tools. They were deep-sea cold iron, thousand-year lightning pine spirit wood, thousand-year water spirit jade bead, and square spirit stone. In addition, there were 2 kinds of spirit materials that Lu Ping didn't recognize. However, the powerful spiritual chi fluctuations contained in them were above the 4 kinds of spirit materials used to refine top-grade magic tools. Lu Ping knew that these 2 kinds of spirit materials weren't simple, so he put them together with the 4 kinds of spirit materials used to refine top-grade magic tools in his personal storage bag. As for the rest of the spirit materials, Lu Ping didn't stand on ceremony and put them all in his own storage bag. Lu Ping originally thought that this was a warehouse for storing spirit materials. However, these spirit materials were simply piled up. They weren't stored in storage bags like Jinling's blood condensation bank. Sure enough, after Lu Ping put away these spirit materials, there was only a furnace left in the middle of the basement. This should be a place that Fei Ling sect cultivators used to practice refining tools. As for why it was so mysterious, Lu Ping didn't know. At this time, the Azure Spirit Fire's reaction was getting stronger and stronger. Clearly, the thing that made the Azure Spirit Fire react was inside the furnace. Lu Ping felt strange. 4,000 years had passed. Even if it was a heaven and earth spirit fire, it should have lost the support of spiritual chi and been extinguished. Was there something strange? Lu Ping carefully opened the furnace and saw a bean-sized fire candle emitting a faint light. It seemed as if it would be extinguished at any time. Lu Ping hurriedly crushed the 8 mid-grade spirit stones and the scattered spiritual energy flowed towards the fire candle. Only then did the fire candle flicker slightly, and the light it emitted brightened the cauldron by a few notches. Lu Ping carefully took out the spirit gathering plate from the cauldron. Only then did he realize that there was a collapsed spirit vein under the cauldron. It must have been destroyed during the battle on Fei Ling Island. Even so, the residual spiritual energy still preserved the fire seed until now. Lu Ping placed 16 mid-grade spirit stones in the spiritual gathering plate. Only then did the fire candle in the middle sway, as if it had suddenly gained life. This fire candle's vitality was greatly damaged. It seemed that it would take at least 1 or 2 years of careful nurturing to recover. Lu Ping could already confirm that this was a heaven and earth spirit fire. However, Lu Ping did not know much about heaven and earth spirit fire. When this heaven and earth spirit fire recovered, he should be able to find out more about this heaven and earth spirit fire. The furnace used for smithing was actually a high-grade mystic instrument, which surprised Lu Ping a little. Although smithing furnaces weren't as precious as alchemy furnaces, they were still extremely valuable among mystic instruments of the same grade. He decided to give it to Chen Lian as a gift in the future. He believed it would be a pleasant surprise. Lu Ping spread out his divine sense and once again explored the basement. However, he discovered that there were words on the walls of the basement. He quickly went over to take a look. There were only a few words, such as, cultivate in tool refining, I will become stronger, surpass Jiao Yuqiang, make those who laugh at me shut up, and so on. This should be a place where a tool refining cultivator of the Flying Feather sect, who was not welcomed in the tool refining hall, worked hard to become stronger. This also explained why the tool refining room was placed in such a secret place. On the other side of the wall, Lu Ping discovered a tool refining diagram. It recorded a secret technique of tool refining. Lu Ping was not proficient in tool refining and did not know whether this secret technique called Spirit Fire Smelting Purification Technique was precious or not. However, he still used a jade slip to copy the diagram on the wall. After thinking about it, he used a flying sword to cut off the diagram on the wall. It was a secret technique. Since everyone knew about it, why would it still be called a secret technique? Because of the discovery of the secret underground room, Lu Ping spent another day carefully examining the ruins of the tool refining hall. De Bao had also lost half a kilogram of meat due to Lu Ping's incitement. Unfortunately, this kind of harvest was not something that could be obtained frequently. In desperation, Lu Ping could only take the dozen or so broken magic tools and low-grade spiritual materials that he had harvested today and walk with Debeo to the incense furnace mountain, where the pill refining room was located. It was not that Lu Ping did not know the path to the spiritual herbal mountain, where the spiritual herbal garden was located. Lu Ping knew that the spiritual herbal garden was the goal of all the cultivators who entered Fei Ling Island. He was already 2 days behind, and by now, more than half of the spiritual herbal mountain had already been harvested. He would be too late. Moreover, the incense furnace mountain was the closest to White Mountain, even closer than the central Fei Ling Mountain. Moreover, the incense furnace mountain was the location of the pill refining room. Apart from the spiritual herbal mountain, it was the largest planting ground for spiritual herbs. Going there now was much more cost-effective than rushing to the spiritual herbal mountain. Lu Ping, who had just walked down White Mountain, suddenly stopped. His double-layered divine sense once again allowed Lu Ping to detect danger. About 60 meters in front of him, there was an array that had just been set up. The strange flow of spiritual energy caused by the array alerted Lu Ping. Someone was plotting against him. Then, he heard a clapping sound. Fellow Taoist Jinling, you have a keen sense. The cultivator from the Hai Yen sect that he met on White Mountain walked out. At the same time, 3 other cultivators came out. The 4 of them stood in 4 different directions, surrounding Lu Ping in the middle. Lu Ping looked at the 4 cultivators around him. 2 of them were from the Hai Yen sect, while the other 2 were from the Shui Yen Pavilion. The Hai Yen sect and the Shui Yen Pavilion were large sects in the North Sea Alliance. Now, it seemed that the 2 sects had a tacit understanding with each other. Just the fact that the disciples of the 2 sects were willing to work together to ambush him showed that the relationship between the 2 sects wasn't simple. Lu Ping looked at the cultivator from the Hai Yen sect and asked, "It's you?" The cultivator from the Hai Yen sect smiled evilly. "That's right. I know that fellow Taoist isn't an ordinary cultivator. Your magic power is profound, and you have probably comprehended the realm of force. However, you are only at the 2nd level of the blood condensation realm. The 4 of us are the best among the 3rd level of the blood condensation realm. With the 4 of us working together, I don't believe that we can't defeat you. It's just that you were able to detect the formation set up by junior sister Wang Huimin from the Shui Yen Pavilion, which surprised us quite a bit. I wonder if fellow Taoist can explain it to us." Suddenly, Lu Ping leaped into the air. The flying swallow sword danced like a sea swallow on the crest of a wave, leaving a trail of splashes in its wake as it pounced towards the Hai Yen cultivator. "You will know when you reach the ground." The cultivator from the Hai Yen sect was already prepared. He held a feather fan in his hand and waved it at the flying swallow sword. A firebird instantly flew out and screeched as it pounced towards the flying swallow sword. At the same time, he took out a small bell to protect himself. He shouted, "Junior brothers and sisters, this person has at least 200 stalks of 500-year-old spirit herbs. Let's attack together and kill him." The cultivator from the Hai Yen sect shouted, and the other 3 immediately surrounded Lu Ping. In the sky, a flying sword, a red silk, a flying spear, and the flaming fan in the Hai Yen sect cultivator's hand attacked Lu Ping at the same time. Lu Ping raised the crystal mirror above his head. Immediately, the mirror split into 2, 2 into 4, 4 into 8, and more, until there were 128 6-sided crystals. They joined together to form a huge crystal ball that wrapped around Lu Ping and blocked the attacks of the 4. The 4 surrounded Lu Ping and attacked wildly. Lu Ping tried his best to block, but many of the attacks still hit the crystal ball. Chapter 94. Lu Ping was indeed at a disadvantage right now and was trying his best to resist. However, the 4 cultivators from the Ocean Flame sect and the Mistwater Pavilion did not dare to go all out. The leading cultivator from the Ocean Flame sect had seen how Lu Ping killed the cultivator from the Flying Feather sect. He knew that Lu Ping still had some tricks up his sleeves, so he reminded his companions to fight steadily and consume his magic power. In fact, Lu Ping had several methods to instantly change the situation. For example, he had 2 talisman treasures. If he used any of them, he could immediately break the stalemate. However, those were life-saving treasures. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Lu Ping was not willing to use them. Besides, those were not the true display of his strength. Right now, Lu Ping wanted to rely on his strength to fight against these 4 people. However, Fei Ling Island was filled with danger. Moreover, it would take a lot of time to collect spirit herbs. If this battle dragged on for too long, the benefits might be taken by others. Therefore, Lu Ping hesitated on which method to use to end this battle. At this time, the only female cultivator present, Wang Huimin from the Mistwater Pavilion, suddenly threw out a dozen spirit stones. The spirit stones flew in different directions, and at the same time, she threw out some spiritual materials. Lu Ping knew that they were spiritual materials used to set up arrays. This woman wanted to set up an array. However, Lu Ping was a little surprised. He had never encountered such a method of fighting. Wang Huimin threw another dozen spirit stones at a spot a few dozen feet in front of Lu Ping. Lu Ping suddenly realized that the other party was trying to lure the previously set up array over. How could Lu Ping, who understood the reason, let her have her way? Lu Ping fiercely used the flying swallow sword's wave-stopping flying boat from the stone-piercing sky sword art, forcing the surrounding magic treasures to pause for a moment. Then, the flying swallow sword was immediately taken back by Lu Ping. Just when everyone was puzzled, 2 sword lights that soared into the sky swept towards the 4 people from the Ocean Flame sect and the Water Mist Pavilion like 2 flood peaks that broke through a dam. A pair of male and female soaring swords, one at the front and one at the back, was precisely the move of the raging waves hitting the shore sword technique. The rear wave surpasses the front wave. The Mistwater Pavilion cultivator using the flying spear was caught off guard and only felt a huge wave slapping his flying spear away. Immediately after, another huge wave smashed his defensive artifact into smithereens. Just as he was about to turn around and retreat, the third huge wave came sweeping over. Immediately, he felt his head become light and the world spin. He was actually able to see the scenery behind him and subsequently lost consciousness. The other 3 people's hearts sank when they saw Lu Ping kill one of their people with a flip of his hand. The leading Ocean Flame sect cultivator shouted, "This person is powerful. What other trump cards do you have? If you don't use them now, when are you going to use them?" The other 2 people's expressions changed. The Ocean Flame sect cultivator gritted his teeth and spat out a mouthful of blood on his flying sword. The flying sword immediately glowed red and blocked one of the flying swords. At the same time, he patted the spirit beast pouch on his waist and a blood condensation realm crocodile appeared in front of him. It quickly crawled towards Lu Ping. This cultivator was quite famous among the blood condensation realm cultivators of Ocean Flame sect because of this blood condensation realm spirit beast. The 3-meter-long crocodile moved very quickly. In the blink of an eye, it had crawled tens of meters and arrived in front of Lu Ping. It lowered its head and rammed Lu Ping's crystal ball. The crystal wall immediately shook. The crocodile then turned its body and slammed its huge tail against the crystal wall. The crystal ball shook even more violently. In addition to the continuous attacks from the others, the crystal ball started to shake. The leading cultivator was overjoyed and said, "Just a little more and this guy's tortoise shell will break. When that happens, we will all be rich." Lu Ping's face darkened. He wanted nothing more than to cut off the tongue of the leading cultivator. When the other 2 heard this, their spirits rose and they increased the intensity of the attacks with their magic treasures. A cloud of smoke rose from the array that Misty Water Pavilion's Wang Huimin had set up. It slowly drifted towards Lu Ping. Obviously, the array was moved by Wang Huimin. Lu Ping's expression changed. He glanced at the smoke in front of him. The soaring winged sword suddenly turned and slashed through the red silk blocking its path. It rushed towards Wang Huimin. Wang Huimin was shocked and quickly recalled the red silk. At the same time, she threw out a talisman which turned into an earth wall. Together with the defensive magic treasure above her head, they blocked the soaring winged sword's attack. The other Ocean Flame sect cultivator saw this and quickly flew over with his magic treasure to block the soaring winged sword with Wang Huimin. Suddenly, the soaring majestic sword drew an arc in the air. The Ocean Flame sect cultivator's flying sword suddenly fell under the control of a strange power. Like a man falling into a river, the flying sword was swept forward by the floodwaters as it smashed towards Wang Huimin's defensive magic artifact. The Ocean Flame sect cultivator's mind flashed with a realm he heard from his sect's senior immortal, borrowing power. Just as the Ocean Flame sect cultivator lost control of his magic treasure, the returning soaring winged sword and the female sword converged, forming two sword waves that rushed towards him. The cultivator from the Ocean Flame sect turned pale with fright and took out his spirit beast pouch again. A huge sea turtle suddenly appeared in front of him. The hard turtle shell blocked the female sword that had just broken through the defensive artifact. With this delay, the cultivator from the Ocean Flame sect quickly retreated. However, he suddenly felt a chill in his chest. It was a flying needle that had pierced his heart. Just as the Ocean Flame sect cultivator was in disbelief, he heard a crisp, "Kacha" sound. Under the double attack of the leading cultivator and the crocodile, Lu Ping's defensive magic treasure, the crystal mirror, had cracked. The leading cultivator looked happy. His tightly clenched hands suddenly shone with red light. A flame soared into the sky and turned into a fire bird. After a long cry, it pounced towards Lu Ping. Treasure talisman. Lu Ping's expression turned serious and a white jade charm appeared in his hand. As he infused his arcane energy into the charm, a faint and ordinary sword light rose up and slashed the fire one apart. The sword light didn't slow down and continued slashing towards the cultivator leading the group. When the leading cultivator saw that Lu Ping also had a treasure talisman, and the quality was clearly higher than his own, his relaxed expression suddenly became bitter. He had no choice but to raise the treasure talisman in his hand again. A fire bird soared into the sky and blocked the sword light. At this moment, a yellow light flashed in Lu Ping's hand. 3 huge stones appeared above the leading cultivator's head. The first stone smashed his defensive magic treasure. Under his horrified eyes, the other 2 stones smashed him into meat paste. His last thought before his death was, he actually has 2 treasure talismans. The second treasure talisman was the huge stone treasure talisman that was returned to him by the sect as a reward. Lu Ping, who had used the treasure talisman twice, threw out 5 water shield talismans and blocked the scattered magic power after the clash between the fire bird and the sword light. At this moment, a thick fog swept past and wrapped Lu Ping within it. The instant Lu Ping fell into the array, he saw Wang Huimin of the Water Mist Pavilion turn around and run. This array was only a type of auxiliary illusory array that Wang Huimin had hastily set up. It caused the vision and divine sense of the cultivators that fell into the array to be obstructed and slowed down, giving the cultivators outside the array an opportunity to take advantage of. But Wang Huimin knew that according to the strength Lu Ping had displayed, this array would only be able to trap him for a short while. If she was left alone, she would absolutely be unable to kill Lu Ping before the array was broken. So, she could only run. Just when she'd just run 300 m away, she saw a piece of iron fly up from within the array. The iron piece flew above the array and suddenly transformed into an iron seal that was 10 m tall, 10 m long, and 10 m wide. At the bottom of the seal were 2 powerful and large words, landslide. The large seal fiercely descended, causing a wave of rumbling to echo out. The ground shook along with it, and the fog within the array instantly vanished. Lu Ping's vision cleared up and he saw Wang Huimin, who had already fled 300 m away. Under the siege of 4 people, Lu Ping had used all his abilities, so how could he let her go? He slapped a blood escape talisman on his body, and Lu Ping suddenly appeared 30 m behind Wang Huimin. Wang Huimin, who had lost her head out of fear, seemed to want to say something, but Lu Ping's sword flew over and beheaded her. Looking at the mess on the ground, Lu Ping spread out his divine sense. After confirming that there was nothing suspicious in the surroundings, he swallowed a high-quality spiritual recovery pill to recover his spiritual energy. At the same time, he collected the 4 people's interspatial pouches and the undamaged magic tools that were scattered around. The crocodile demonic beast had also died when the ocean flame sect cultivator died. Clearly, the crocodile was a beast slave controlled by the cultivator's divine sense. On the other hand, the 9th layer blood refining realm sea turtle was heavily injured by the remaining force of the winged female sword. It was on the verge of death, but it wasn't dead yet. When the sea turtle saw Lu Ping approaching, it made a kneeling posture. This was a demonic beast's gesture of begging for mercy and acknowledging its master. Lu Ping was surprised. It seemed like this sea turtle's intelligence was not low. Normally, demonic beasts would only gain intelligence after reaching the blood condensation realm. This sea turtle was obviously the same as De Bao, having gained intelligence in advance. Lu Ping fed the sea turtle one of the blood-refining healing pills he concocted for the sea turtle before putting it back into the spirit beast pouch to recuperate. The few mid-grade magic tools were randomly placed into one of the interspatial pouches. Out of the 4 interspatial pouches, Lu Ping found 180 stalks of 500-year-old spiritual herbs. Among them, the Ocean Flame sect's leader had 120 stalks. It seemed like he had reaped a huge harvest in the 3rd spiritual herb garden in Sung Mountain. There were a total of 10,000 spirit stones. This made Lu Ping a little excited. Finally, he had another batch of spirit stones to spend. He found 5 bottles of blood condensation realm medicinal pills. He wouldn't have to worry about cultivation pills for the time being. However, the quality of the pills was only average. If he could find some high-grade blood condensation realm medicinal pills, he might be able to break through to the peak of the 2nd layer blood condensation realm. On the other hand, other than a talisman treasure, he also found a blood condensation pill. Ever since Lu Ping broke through to the blood condensation realm, he hadn't seen this pill again. It was a pleasant surprise. The talisman treasure was made by a golden core 2nd layer cultivator and could only be used once. However, the brand new talisman told Lu Ping that the Ocean Flame sect's leader might not be a simple person. That was strange. Those he had killed and those who were against him, why were they all people with extraordinary identities? Lu Ping smiled bitterly and threw the matter to the back of his mind. There was a jade slip about array formations in Wang Huimin's interspatial pouch. Since Lu Ping wasn't interested in array formations, he could give it to Hu Lily so she could study it. From the jade slip, he found the contents of the illusory mist array. Following the jade slip's introduction, Lu Ping found the array plate in front of him. The array was intact, but the spirit stones and spiritual materials inlaid on it had been smashed by Lu Ping's landslide. Lu Ping didn't know where to place the spirit stones and spirit materials on the board, so he didn't have any use for it. Chapter 95. First, Lu Ping fought with 4 3rd-layer blood condensation cultivators. During the fight, he continuously used high-grade magic tools. This caused Lu Ping's arcane energy to be almost depleted. Even with the help of high-quality spiritual recovery pills, it still took Lu Ping half a day to replenish his arcane energy. Fei Ling Island was only open for 18 days. On Sung Mountain alone, Lu Ping had spent nearly 3 days. Lu Ping didn't linger any longer. He hurried towards Xianglu Mountain. A day later, Lu Ping carefully avoided all the dangers along the way. Finally, he saw Xianglu Mountain in front of him. Before he reached halfway up the mountain, he could hear the rumbling of arcane energy and the collision of mystic instruments. Lu Ping was a little anxious. It seemed like the battle had already begun, and there was no shortage of lucky people everywhere. Lu Ping looked over from afar and saw 6 cultivators from Xianling sect, Zhanglang sect, Feiyu sect, and Linggu sect. They were the 4 cultivators who were besieging an array formation. Lu Ping was startled. He quickly took a few steps forward and saw that among the 4 besieged cultivators, 2 were from Zhenling sect, while the other 2 were from Canghai sect and Chongming sect. The 4 of them worked together and cooperated well with each other. Although they were at a disadvantage against the 6 Xianling sect disciples, they weren't in too much danger for the time being. At this time, both sides of the battle noticed Lu Ping's arrival. Zhenling's group of 4 was overjoyed. The leader, whom Lu Ping recognized as Wei Ziheng, suddenly said to one of the 6 Xianling disciples, "Zhang Weiqing, the 6 of you have been attacking us for a long time, but you can't do anything to us. Now that we have reinforcements, aren't you afraid that the newly discovered Xianglu Mountain alchemy room will be taken by someone else?" Zhang Weiqing, the leader of the 6 Xianling disciples, was obviously tempted by Wei Ziheng's words. He turned to look at Lu Ping and saw Lu Ping wielding a pair of goose feather swords. He pondered for a moment, then snorted angrily, "Wei, I'll let you have the advantage this time." Then, he turned to his 5 disciples and said, "Retreat." The 5 disciples originally wanted to argue, but Zhang Weiqing shouted, "The alchemy room is more important." So the 5 of them stopped arguing and quickly rushed to the top of Xianglu Mountain. Wei Ziheng and the other 3 Xianling disciples breathed a sigh of relief when they saw the 6 of them leaving. Wei Ziheng said, "Junior brother Lu, you came at the right time. Let me introduce you to 2 fellow Taoists from Canghai sect and Chongming sect." The cultivator from Canghai sect was called Qian Shueqing, the cultivator from Chongming sect was called Tian Zongliang, and the remaining disciple from Zhenling was He Zifeng, whom Lu Ping already knew on the way to Fei Ling Island. Every cultivator who entered Fei Ling Island had a sensing talisman that was distributed by their sects, allowing them to quickly gather cultivators from the same sects or sects that were close to each other. This way, it would be easier to move around Fei Ling Island, especially when exploring the 3 final peaks of Lingyao Mountain, Xianglu Peak, and Fei Ling Peak. Battles were almost unavoidable. Therefore, cultivators from the same sects or sects that were familiar with each other would be able to obtain the greatest harvest while ensuring their safety. Lu Ping also had a sensor talisman, but he was unlucky enough to be teleported to the foot of Tsang Mountain. There were no fellow disciples around, so he was almost killed by the cultivators from Hai Yen sect and Shui Yen Pavilion who had gathered together to explore the artifact refining hall. The reason Lu Ping was able to rush in the direction of Wei Ziheng and the others as soon as he entered Xianglu Mountain was also because of the sensor talisman. Through Wei Ziheng, Lu Ping learned that the situation in Lingyao Mountain was now at daggers drawn. About half of the 200 cultivators who entered Fei Ling Island were now gathered at Lingyao Mountain, and there were still more cultivators rushing over. If it weren't for everyone being busy collecting spiritual herbs, perhaps a large-scale conflict would have already broken out. Even so, there were still many disputes over high-grade spiritual herbs. By the time Wei Ziheng and the others left, 7 or 8 people had already died and more than a dozen were injured. Xianglu Mountain normally wouldn't attract so many people. There were only a few spiritual herb gardens on it, but this time, there was an accident. A cultivator found an alchemy room in the back mountain of Xianglu Mountain. There was a complete protective array outside the alchemy room, indicating that no one had entered it before. Naturally, several people were overjoyed and hoped to break through the array to obtain the benefits inside. Unexpectedly, the protective array was unusually tough. It didn't show any signs of collapsing after being attacked for a long time. Instead, it attracted even more cultivators' attention. Moreover, everyone deduced that this should be a core forging enlightened master's cave abode for alchemy, so the news spread. After cultivators from various sects on Lingyao Mountain heard about it, they all sent reinforcements to Xianglu Mountain. Wei Ziheng and the others had just arrived from Lingyao Mountain. Wei Ziheng and the others were lucky. When they arrived at the mountainside of Xianglu Mountain, they actually found a hidden spiritual herb garden. However, they didn't expect their whereabouts to be noticed by the 6 cultivators sent by Xianling sect to Xianglu Mountain. Therefore, Xianling sect attacked them by force. Fortunately, Wei Ziheng discovered it early and commanded them well. With the 4 of them cooperating with each other, they managed to resist the onslaught of the 6 cultivators until Lu Ping appeared. Every time Fei Ling Island opened, some hidden places would often be discovered. It was mostly because the arrays in these places hadn't been maintained by cultivators for thousands of years, so they lost their ability to conceal themselves. This spiritual herb garden was surprisingly small, but the array that enveloped it was very powerful. This was the reason why Wei Ziheng and the others didn't retreat. How could the spiritual herbs protected by such a powerful array be weak? Among the 5 of them, none of them had any knowledge of arrays. In fact, arrays were the most difficult to learn among the 100 arts, so there weren't many people who studied them. Helpless, the 5 of them could only use the most primitive method, breaking the array with force. The 5 of them each took out their own magic tools and attacked the array. For a moment, there was a loud bang again. Lu Ping was still using the goose feather dual blades to perform the raging waves crashing shore sword art. Wave after wave of blades kept attacking the array. Among the 5 of them, only the 2 from Jinling knew a little about Lu Ping. The 2 from Canghai sect and Chongming sect initially had doubts about the strength of a second-layer blood condensation cultivator like Jinling. However, when they saw that Lu Ping's attacks on the array were no weaker than their own, their doubts were dispelled. Lu Ping was also observing the 4 of them. He discovered that they all had a strong foundation and had reached the technique realm. In fact, everyone who entered Fei Ling Island this time was quite strong. If not, Lu Ping wouldn't have spent so much effort to kill the 4 from Hai Yen sect and Shui Yen Pavilion. Under the joint attack of the 5, the array might be tenacious, but it still broke in the end. The fragrance of mature spiritual herbs filled the air, causing the 5 of them to exclaim in surprise. Lu Ping recognized that these spirit herbs were used to concoct late blood condensation realm medicinal pellets. They were far more valuable than ordinary 500-year spirit herbs. Lu Ping knew that these spirit herbs were used to concoct late blood condensation realm medicinal pellets. But that wasn't the most important thing. In the center of the garden, there were 14 stalks of 1,000-year-old spiritual herbs that had matured. These were used to concoct core forging pills. The value of 1 stalk was equivalent to 10 stalks of 500-year-old spiritual herbs. Wei Ziheng looked at Lu Ping awkwardly. Lu Ping smiled faintly and said, "I was the last to arrive, so I didn't participate in the battle with Xianling sect. I only need 2 stalks of these 1,000-year-old spiritual herbs." The 2 people from Canghai sect and Chongming sect relaxed when they heard this. Wei Ziheng smiled gratefully at Lu Ping and said, "In that case, junior brother can pick first. We will split the remaining 500-year-old spiritual herbs equally." The 14 stalks of spiritual herbs were divided into 2 types. Lu Ping took 1 stalk each, and the remaining stalks were divided among the other 3. Lu Ping also got 8 stalks of 500-year-old spiritual herbs. The 5 of them quickly rushed to the back mountain. By now, they were already 4 hours behind Xianling sect's Zhang Weiqing and the rest. At this time, the back mountain of Xianglu Peak was in a mess. All kinds of magic spells and magic items were thrown at the protective formation outside the alchemy room. However, the light blue formation was still glowing, firmly protecting the alchemy room in front of everyone. Among the group of people standing in front of the formation were Zhang Weiqing and the other 5 who had left earlier. This group of people belonged to the Mysterious Spirit Sect, the Vast Wave Sect, the Flying Feather Sect, and the Soaring Ancient Sect. There were 16 people in total, and they occupied the best position to attack the alchemy room. There were 3 people in one group, and 2 groups in the other. Altogether, there were 50 to 60 people. One group consisted of 10 people from Hai Yen Sect and Shui Yen Pavilion. The other group consisted of 10 people from Zhenling Sect, Canghai Sect, Jade Sword Sect, and Chongming Sect. At this moment, these 10 people were anxiously looking at the top of the mountain. The Zhenling sect disciple who was leading the group murmured, "Why isn't Senior Marshal Brother Wei here yet?" When Lu Ping and the others arrived, the protective formation had dimmed by more than half. The leader of the Zhenling sect's group was called Su Zipeng. When he saw Wei Ziheng and the others, his spirits rose, and he hurriedly came to greet them. Wei Ziheng asked Su Zipeng about the situation at the back mountain, and Su Zipeng said, "The situation is not good. Xianling sect has the advantage in numbers, and they have occupied the best position. Hai Yan sect and Shui Yan pavilion's attitude is unclear, and the cultivators from the other sects and families also have their own plans. The protective formation will break in at most 2 hours, and we are already one step behind." Wei Ziheng pondered for a moment, then said, "Junior brother Su has studied formations, so pay close attention to the weakening of the protective formation. Once the formation is broken, there might be a chaotic battle. When that time comes, we must not rush in recklessly, and don't be blinded by the treasures inside. Only by rushing in together will we obtain the greatest benefits." Everyone nodded, took out their mystic instruments, and attacked the protective formation. At the same time, they conserved their strength and paid attention to the situation of the cultivators at the back mountain. Lu Ping looked at the cave abode where the alchemy lab was located. This cave abode was built on a low cliff on a large platform in the back mountain. The entire cave abode was firmly protected by a formation, and only the 4 words, Zhangping Alchemy Lab, were written on the stone wall at the entrance of the cave abode, arousing the greed of many cultivators. Lu Ping thought for a moment, then walked to an inconspicuous place and secretly waved his sleeve. He stood on the spot for a while, then returned to the group of Zhenling sect disciples and attacked the protective formation. Chapter 96. As the power of the array weakened, the atmosphere became more and more tense. Under Zhang Weiqing's command, the 16 Xianling sect disciples split into 2 groups and guarded the 2 sides, buying time for Zhang Weiqing's group to enter the cave first. Zhenling's group, Hai Yan's group, and Shui Yan pavilion's cultivators slowly approached the Xianling sect group from 2 sides, alerting Zhang Weiqing. He turned to the cultivators on both sides and gave them an order. Pop! The protective array formation outside the cave abode burst like a giant bubble on the surface of water. Before anyone could retract their artifacts, the Xianling sect disciples rushed towards the cave abode. On both sides, Zhenling's group, Hai Yan's group, and Shui Yan's group cut in from the sides at the same time, trying to split the Xianling sect group into 2 sides and follow Zhang Weiqing's group into the cave. Unexpectedly, the 8 people from Xianling sect suddenly dodged to the side, revealing the originally sealed cave entrance. At the same time, they attacked the surrounding area with their mystic artifacts. This time, the cultivators who were following closely behind the 3 major groups also became the target of their attacks. The situation outside the cave was instantly thrown into chaos. Everyone's attacks suddenly became blind, squeezing together at the cave entrance and attacking each other randomly. Wei Ziheng, Su Zipeng, and Lu Ping reacted quickly and dashed into the cave before the Xianling sect cultivators could interrupt them. Following them were a few cultivators from Hai Yan's and Shui Yan's group. The 2 groups, together with the 8 Xianling sect cultivators who barged in earlier, looted everything in the cave. They didn't even have time to look at anything they found useful and just threw it into their storage bags. Those that were really useless were thrown to the ground and smashed to pieces. The cave was very large. Apart from the largest cave, there were many small caves around it. The caves were connected to each other, just like a small maze. Lu Ping walked around the caves, quickly putting away anything that looked useful. However, Lu Ping could tell that there weren't many valuable things in the cave, or perhaps he hadn't found anything yet. The items in the cave residence were very messy, but it didn't look like it had been looted. It seemed that the owner of the cave residence had hurriedly taken away the useful things in the cave residence after Fei Ling sect was attacked, and then closed the cave residence. Turning into a cave, Lu Ping saw a dozen jade boxes with spirit sealing charms placed on top of a rotten wooden shelf. They were probably used to store spirit herbs. At the same time, there were also 2 jade bottles with medicinal pellets inside. Lu Ping's face lit up with joy. Just as he swept the items into his interspatial pouch, he heard a burst of arcane energy. A cultivator was fighting in the cave dwelling. Just as Lu Ping was about to leave his cave, the rumbling sounds outside suddenly grew louder. It seemed like the loot in the cave dwelling was almost finished. Everyone's attention was now on the cultivators who had obtained something. Lu Ping shook his head and prepared to meet up with Wei Ziheng and the others. He didn't want to become the target of everyone's attacks and die a wrongful death. At this moment, a strong wind blew. At the entrance of the cave, 2 cultivators, one in front and one behind, rushed in. Lu Ping was surprised to see a Xianling sect cultivator in front of him. When this cultivator saw that there was already someone in the cave, and it was a disciple of his archenemy, Zhenling, he naturally knew that this person was blocking his way. Without saying a word, the Xianling sect cultivator threw a short sword towards Lu Ping's face. Lu Ping was annoyed. At this moment, he clearly saw that the cultivator chasing him was from Hai Yen sect. Remembering that the 4 people who attacked him at the foot of Tsang Mountain were instigated by Hai Yen sect cultivators, Lu Ping didn't have a good impression of them. Disregarding everything else, he took out a pair of high-grade magic tools, soaring swords. The 2 magic tools separated and attacked the 2 at the same time. Arrogant. The Xianling sect and Hai Yen sect cultivators were enraged. Since when did a second-layer blood condensation realm disciple of Zhenling become so arrogant? The sound of 2 magic tools colliding could be heard. High-grade magic tools. It's actually force. 2 exclamations sounded one after the other. This time, the 2 cultivators put away the disdain on their faces and focused on their enemies. Lu Ping spread out his divine sense, which was equivalent to a 4th-layer blood condensation realm cultivator. He understood the situation inside and outside the cave and knew that everyone was heading towards the cave where the battle first erupted. Without any hesitation, he used landslide again. This time, due to the height of the cave, he couldn't smash it from the air. Amidst the Xianling sect disciples' screams of shock, landslide smashed him into the cave wall with unstoppable force. His ribs were severely deformed, and blood spurted out of his mouth like it was free of charge. The Hai Yen sect disciple behind him screamed in fear, 2 high-grade magic tools. How is that possible? Lu Ping couldn't be bothered to answer him. He used the soaring wing sword and used twin swords harmony. Sword waves whistled through the air, and the place where the Hai Yen sect disciple was standing was now littered with 7 or 8 pieces of corpses. Lu Ping took the 2's interspatial pouches and looked at the item in the Xianling sect disciple's hand. The 2 of them must have come here for this item. Lu Ping picked it up and saw that it was 2 pill recipes. He didn't have the time to look at them in detail. The sounds of explosions outside were getting louder and louder. It seemed like the cultivators outside the cave were also attacking. With a wave of his hand, Lu Ping burned the 2 corpses on the ground to ashes. If there were 2 Xianling sect and Hai Yen sect cultivators' corpses, the first people to enter the cave would be Xianling sect, Zhenling sect, Hai Yen sect, and Shui Yen Pavilion. Who would know who did it? When Lu Ping came out of the cave, he saw Wei Ziheng, Su Zipeng, and the others rushing over. Lu Ping looked behind him and asked, "Where are senior martial brothers He Zifeng and Tian Zongliang?" Wei Ziheng's expression darkened as he said, "2 of our junior brothers have fallen. In the chaotic battle, Xianling sect and Water Cloud Pavilion cultivators killed them. However, they didn't gain any advantage either. Xianling sect lost 2, Hai Yen sect lost 1, and Shui Yen Pavilion lost 2. We didn't lose anything." Lu Ping wanted to say that he killed 2 of them, but on second thought, he decided against it. Everyone rushed out of the cave, wondering what happened to the few people who were guarding the rear. Along the way, Lu Ping learned that the three groups that rushed into the cave finally met in the real pill chamber. There were 2 pill cauldrons in the pill chamber, but one of them was empty, leaving only a high-grade pill cauldron beside it. The wooden shelves around the pill cauldron were filled with a large number of jade boxes filled with spirit herbs, dozens of jade bottles filled with medicinal pills, and jade slips and pill recipes. Due to the disorderly arrangement of the items, the first group of Xianling sect cultivators took half of the jade slips, jade bottles, jade boxes, and pill recipes. Jinling, Hai Yan, and Shui Yan cultivators followed closely behind. When Wei Ziheng saw that Xianling sect had the upper hand, he didn't fight with Xianling sect cultivators like Hai Yan and Shui Yan cultivators. Instead, he and the others fought for the pill cauldron. Although the other 2 groups also had their eyes on the pill cauldron, they weren't as united as Jinling sect. By the time the other 2 groups reacted from the jade bottles and jade boxes, Wei Ziheng had already taken the pill cauldron. Hearing Wei Ziheng's story, Lu Ping's heart skipped a beat. He probed his storage bag with his divine sense and found a total of 30 jade boxes and 13 jade bottles. Among them, the Xianling sect cultivator had more items. The pill recipes and jade slips probably couldn't compare to the 2 that the Xianling sect cultivator had. Other than that, there were nearly 6,000 spirit stones, more than 100 stalks of 500-year-old spirit herbs, a few dharma artifacts, and other miscellaneous items. Lu Ping did a rough calculation. He already had nearly 500 stalks of 500-year-old spirit herbs. Adding the 2,000-year-old spirit herbs, he had 600 stalks in total. On top of that, he also found nearly 50 jade boxes in the cave. He didn't know how many 500-year-old spirit herbs were inside. More and more cultivators rushed into the cave, and the cave was ransacked again. When Lu Ping's group of 5 came out of the cave and met up with the cultivators at the back, they realized that only 5 of the 8 cultivators at the back were left. 3 of them had died in the battle. The Zhenling sect initially had 15 people, but now there were only 10 left. 2 of them were from Zhenling, and 1 each from the other 3 sections. In less than the time it took for an incense stick to burn, the cultivators in the cave came out one after another. Clearly, the 3 groups that entered first had gotten the most benefits, while the rest of the cultivators only got leftovers. There were still a few cultivators who didn't want to give up and were still searching the cave, hoping to get some unexpected benefits. Lu Ping looked around. Initially, there were more than 60 people outside the cave, but now, there were only about 40 left. Other than the 15 from the Zhenling sect, there were only 10 left. The Xianling sect won the first place, but they paid the price of 7 people. Only Zhang Weiqing and 8 people were left hurriedly. Hai Yan and Shui Yan sect's 10 people also left in a hurry. Wei Ziheng looked at everyone and said, "The matter at Censor Peak is over. Everyone, hurry to Lingyao Mountain as soon as possible. I'm afraid a battle is about to break out there. We have to go back and help." Lu Ping thought for a moment and said, "Senior Marshal Brother Wei, I still have some things to take care of. I'm afraid I'll have to go back later." Wei Ziheng frowned and said unhappily, "Junior Marshal Brother Lu, the situation is urgent. 1 more person means 1 more chance of winning. Besides, where can the harvest be better than Lingyao Mountain?" Lu Ping smiled embarrassedly and said, "I received some pointers from enlightened Master Jiang on my way here. I want to go to a few places to have a look." When Wei Ziheng and the others heard that it was Jiang Xuanlin's instructions, their expressions immediately relaxed. Even the disciples of Canghai and Jade Sword sects were envious when they heard Lu Ping's words. It was clear how famous Jiang Xianlin was. Wei Ziheng smiled and said, "Since it was enlightened Master Jiang's instructions, then Junior Marshal Brother should hurry. Just be careful. On Fei Ling Island, you can't trust anyone except your own people." Lu Ping knew this very well, so he quickly thanked Wei Ziheng. Su Zipeng reminded him, "Just remember to meet up with us in the last 3 days. In the end, all the cultivators on Fei Ling Island will gather at Fei Ling Peak. That is the real moment of the final battle." Lu Ping said goodbye to everyone. Although enlightened Master Jiang did point out a few places for Lu Ping to go alone, the harvest might not be that great. The key was that the upcoming conflict on Lingyao Mountain was just the first reshuffle of the cultivators on Fei Ling Island. The final result would still depend on the trip to Fei Ling Peak. At that time, not only would they see the harvest on Fei Ling Peak, but they would also see the harvest from hunting on Fei Ling Peak. Of course, before that, Lu Ping had another secret. De Bao was already waiting for him in front. Chapter 97. After everyone outside the cave mansion left, Lu Ping walked towards the forest behind the mountain. He spread out his divine sense and scanned his surroundings vigilantly. Suddenly, Lu Ping clapped his hands and the ground that was covered with rotten leaves suddenly rolled up. A big fat mouse with a pile of rotten leaves on its head looked around. When it saw Lu Ping, it jumped up and shook off the dirt on its body before climbing onto Lu Ping's shoulder. When Lu Ping saw everyone attacking the cave mansion's protective array, he suddenly had an idea. He wanted to let De Bao try to enter the cave mansion from underground. So, when everyone was attacking the protective array, he placed De Bao on the ground while no one was paying attention. De Bao's cultivation had improved, and his ability to dig holes had also improved. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the ground. Initially, Lu Ping only had a slim chance, but he didn't expect De Bao to find a flaw in the cave dwelling's protective array formation. Perhaps, this was the reason why the cave dwelling was unearthed this time. In short, De Bao entered the cave dwelling before the protective array formation was broken. Lu Ping followed De Bao to the place where he hid his treasures. De Bao first dug out 3 bottles of medicinal pills from the ground. Lu Ping picked them up and saw that they were the 100 spirit pills used by late blood condensation cultivators. This kind of medicinal pill was one of the best medicinal pills for the blood condensation realm. It was similar to the blood vigor pill for the blood refining realm. When De Bao saw that Lu Ping was happy, he also became excited. He dug out 2 more jade bottles from the ground. Lu Ping's eyes lit up. These medicinal bottles were actually made from jade crystals. One should know that jade crystals were a mid-grade spiritual material. Could it be? Lu Ping opened the jade bottle and saw 10 golden medicinal pellets inside. However, there was no medicinal smell coming from the jade bottle. These were the only core forging realm medicinal pellets recorded in the Shengtao alchemy scripture, the golden marrow pellets. Lu Ping opened the second bottle. There were 10 gray medicinal pills inside. There was no luster on the surface. They didn't look like core forging realm medicinal pills at all. However, Lu Ping knew that these medicinal pills were better than the golden marrow pills. It was just that Lu Ping's knowledge was shallow and he didn't know the name of this pill. De Bao must have taken out the most important thing in the cave mansion other than the furnace. Lu Ping was about to praise De Bao when he saw De Bao burrowing into the ground again. Lu Ping's face lit up. Could there be more treasures? As the ground shook, De Bao used its sharp nose to roll a round bead out of the ground. Lu Ping played with the bead in his hand. There seemed to be a warm cloud in the middle of the bead. Lu Ping carefully tried to recall where he had heard about this bead. Suddenly, his face stiffened. Is this a spirit-gathering bead? According to the legend, spirit-gathering bead was a strange object that was condensed in a spirit vein. It was a kind of spiritual source that was nurtured by a spirit vein for a long time. It was a way for a spirit vein to strengthen itself. Normally, this kind of spirit-gathering bead could only be condensed in a small spirit vein. Moreover, it would take at least 1,000 years for it to condense. Lu Ping looked at the cloud in the spirit-gathering bead in his hand. This should be a kind of spirit-gathering bead produced by a small spirit vein. It seemed that there used to be a branch of a small spirit vein in the cave mansion. Usually, when there were 10 kinds of spirit veins, the spirit vein could be upgraded by 1 level. In other words, 10 small spirit veins could form a small spirit vein. Similarly, 10 small spirit veins could form a medium spirit vein. If he placed this spirit-gathering pearl in his cave abode, he would be able to add another miniature spirit vein to his cave abode in a few years. Seeing Debeo jumping up and down, Lu Ping knew that it was showing off. So, he patted its head and took out a blood purification pill from his storage bag and threw it to it. Then, Debeo happily explored the way for Lu Ping. In the blink of an eye, another 3 days had passed. Lu Ping had explored most of the places enlightened Master Jiang Xianlin pointed out and gained a lot of information. However, there were a few places that had already been explored, so Lu Ping didn't find anything useful. Obviously, there were many cultivators who had received guidance from the sect's seniors and were familiar with Fei Ling Mountain's many hidden places. In the past 3 days, Lu Ping had collected a total of 150 spirit herbs and 4 1,000-year-old spirit herbs, which made Lu Ping very satisfied. At the same time, Lu Ping also collected 6 1,000-year-old spirit herbs that were far from mature and planned to transplant them into the spirit herb garden in his cave mansion. In Lu Ping's own spirit herb garden, there were only 3 1,000-year-old spirit herbs that were not mature and golden marrow grass that had not matured yet. He needed to prepare for his future. Along the way, Lu Ping also found traces of other cultivators. Obviously, not all cultivators had gone to Spiritual Medicine Mountain. However, the cultivators were very restrained. Unless there was a direct conflict of interest, they would often avoid each other in advance. No one was affected by each other. Lu Ping had just come down from Flying Cloud Mountain where the Talisman Crafting Pavilion was located. He had made some gains in a secret place. Now, he wanted to go to a mine on Failing Island to take a look. This mine produced a spiritual material called heavenly gold sand, which was an important mineral for forging metal attribute high-grade magic tools. From his conversation with Chen Lian, Lu Ping learned that heavenly gold sand could even be used to forge top-grade magic tools. Lu Ping was going to dig some and bring it back for Chen Lian to see as a gift for him. Lu Ping knew that a refiner's hobby of collecting minerals was similar to a pill refiner's fondness for spirit herbs. The more, the better. The heavenly gold sand mine was not on the 5 peaks of Failing Island. Instead, it was in a rocky hill on the west side of Failing Island. After cultivators entered Failing Island, they all set their sights on the 5 peaks of Failing Island, where spirit veins converged. They did not pay attention to the other places on the island, except for people like Lu Ping who had some understanding of the secret places of Failing Island. Along the way, Lu Ping saw many places where spirit energy gathered and spirit grains grew. However, spirit grains were clearly not of interest to Lu Ping. Naturally, Lu Ping would not spend a large amount of time collecting spirit grains. Someone had already arrived at the heavenly gold sand mine. Lu Ping found a warning restriction left by a cultivator at the entrance of the mine. If it wasn't for Lu Ping's powerful spiritual sense, he might not have discovered it immediately. Lu Ping originally wanted to leave, but he thought about how difficult it was to come here. It had been 7 days since he entered Failing Island, and he did not know if he would have the opportunity to return. Thus, he raised his voice and said, "Which sect is this fellow Taoist from? Jinling Lu Ziping has come to visit. I want to dig some heavenly gold sand ores. To avoid any misunderstandings, I specially came to inform you." After Lu Ping finished speaking, a cultivator who was about the same age as Lu Ping walked out. When he saw that it was only Lu Ping, he thought for a moment and said, "I am AI Shutao from the AI clan of West Hill Island. This mine is very big, and I can't occupy it all by myself. Fellow Taoist can find a place to dig for the ores." Lu Ping entered the mine. As AI Shutao had said, there were many mining veins. This was a medium-sized heavenly gold sand mine. Lu Ping chose a mine that had been excavated from a branch vein and let Debeo out. Unfortunately, Debeo was only sensitive to spiritual chi fluctuations. It was difficult for him to distinguish between rich and poor veins in the mine. Without any other choice, Lu Ping could only personally go into the mine. He used an illumination technique in the dark mine and chose a direction. He used a giant axe magic artifact that he had obtained from an unknown cultivator and randomly smashed the mine. Then, he picked out the ores that contained golden ores. After an entire day, he had only picked over 1,000 ores. He didn't know how much heavenly gold sand he had obtained. Fortunately, Lu Ping didn't plan on digging too much. Just as Lu Ping was about to leave, an arrogant laugh came from the entrance of the mine. "Brat, you dare to dig here alone? It's fortunate that you were able to find this place. If you know what's good for you, hand over all the heavenly gold sand ores and we might let you live." Lu Ping's footsteps paused. He heard AI Shutao's voice coming from the entrance of the mine. "If you too want the heavenly gold sand ores, there are many in the mine. If you want what I have, then we can only fight to the death." Another voice rang out, "Hee hee, what a big tone. Us two brothers want to see if your net will break after the fish dies. You are the only one from the AI clan to enter Fei Ling Island this time, right? I heard that you are the most outstanding among the younger generation of the AI clan. I wonder if the AI clan will go for wool and come home shorn if you die here today." AI Shutao snorted angrily and said, "This time, the opening of Fei Ling Island will open. Out of the 30 sects and clans in the North Sea, only the top 10 sects and clans have occupied 75% of the quota. Your Gilded Sword sect only sent 2 people to enter Fei Ling Island this time. Are you sure that you two can defeat me? If I leave Fei Ling Island, it's hard to say who will die." The arrogant voice shouted, "Your AI clan only has 1 Fa Xiang, Laozu. My Gilded Sword sect has 2 Laozu. Why would we be afraid of your AI clan? Cut the crap. Give me your life." When Lu Ping came out of the mine, the battle between the two sides had become white-hot. AI Shutao was fighting 1 against 2. Although he was at a disadvantage, he was not afraid at all. A set of mother-child daggers was flying in the sky, blocking the attacks of the 2 flying swords of the Gilded Sword sect and protecting himself. The sudden appearance of Lu Ping surprised the 2 people of the Gilded Sword sect. They didn't expect that there would be another person in the mine and that he was a disciple of Jinling, a tycoon of the North Sea. The arrogant cultivator wanted to say something, but Lu Ping didn't give him a chance. The 2 goose feather daggers danced in the air and slashed at the cultivator. When AI Shutao saw that Lu Ping was helping him, he became spirited. The 9 flying daggers shuttled back and forth in the air and attacked the other cultivator. Instantly, he gained the upper hand. The 2 people of the Gilded Sword sect didn't expect that the situation would be reversed. Under Lu Ping's continuous attacks, the arrogant cultivator exerted all his strength, but his defense was still broken by Lu Ping. He felt a numbness in his chest because a 3-inch flying needle had pierced the space of his heart core. After succeeding, Lu Ping took the storage bag of the arrogant cultivator and checked it. There were 100 500-year-old spiritual herbs and 2,000 spirit stones in it. Obviously, the wealth of the arrogant cultivator was much lower than that of the disciples of the big sections. When the other cultivator in the air saw that Lu Ping killed his senior fellow apprentice easily, he panicked and messed up his moves. AI Shutao was not weak. He seized the opportunity and stabbed 3 flying daggers into the body of the cultivator of the Gilded Sword sect. Chapter 98. AI Shutao flew down and thanked Lu Ping for his help. Lu Ping didn't seem to mind and said that it was nothing. At the same time, he bid farewell to AI Shutao. AI Shutao said with some regret, "Lu Daoyu, why don't you just stay here and mine for the heavenly gold sand? This island is in chaos, and your life is in danger at any time." Lu Ping smiled and said, "In another 6 or 7 days, the people on the island will attack Fei Ling Mountain. I need to go and meet up with my fellow brothers and sisters." AI Shutao suddenly understood and said, "Right, you are Jinling's disciple, so naturally, you will have to participate in the Battle of Fei Ling Mountain. I am alone, so I will hide here and mine." Hopefully, I will have a stable harvest. Lu Ping bid farewell to Ai Shu Tao and headed towards Mount Guanyin, where the scripture pavilion was located. Out of the 5 peaks of Fei Ling Mountain, Lu Ping had already seen 3 of them. In the past few days, he had also seen the scenery outside the peaks. The only places he hadn't been to were Mount Guanyin, where the scripture pavilion was located, and Mount Lingyao, where the battle was currently going on. However, there was something more important at the moment. Lu Ping's cultivation had reached the peak of the 2nd layer of the blood condensation realm, and he was on the verge of breaking through in the past 2 days. This was also the reason why Lu Ping didn't follow Wei Ziheng and the others back to Mount Lingyao. Originally, Lu Ping planned to break through in the heavenly gold sand mine, but he didn't expect that Ai Shu Tao had already arrived there and planned to stay until Fei Ling Island closed. Lu Ping had no choice but to look for another place to break through. After searching the vicinity of Mount Guanyin, Lu Ping didn't find much. However, Lu Ping found some mid-grade spiritual materials. In the end, Lu Ping found a mine about 30 li away from Mount Guanyin. This was a small spirit mine that produced red granite, which was used to craft mid-grade fire attribute magic tools. Lu Ping sent De Bao out to guard the entrance of the mine and had the sea turtle, which had mostly recovered from its injuries, block the entrance of the mine. Then, he took out the spirit-gathering praying mat from his storage bag and found a place where spiritual energy gathered. He used the sacrificial soul technique to detonate it. Although this could increase the concentration of spiritual energy for a short period of time, the place would dissipate after it was used. Lu Ping sat on the spirit-gathering mat and swallowed one of the best blood condensation realm pills he had so far. He held a mid-grade spirit stone in each hand and placed the spirit-gathering pearl on his chest. Then, he began to circulate the Lin-Hai wave listening technique and began his breakthrough. The Lin-Hai wave listening technique was a pure water attribute cultivation technique. It was a slow and steady cultivation technique. Lu Ping was actually quite concerned about the stability of his foundation and the accumulation of spiritual energy. He didn't expect that he would break through to the 3rd level in less than a year after breaking through to the 2nd level of the blood condensation realm. However, after the incident on Xianqi Island, Lu Ping experienced the demon race's invasion and the series of battles on Fei Ling Island. Coupled with the continuous supply of medicinal pills, Lu Ping's cultivation improved by leaps and bounds. In fact, Lu Ping was still worried about his bloodline. He was lucky to awaken his bloodline at the age of 6 with an ordinary aptitude. But when he broke through to the blood condensation realm, his foundation bloodline, the flood dragon bloodline, swallowed the tortoise bloodline. That really gave Lu Ping a fright. Fortunately, he didn't encounter any problems when he broke through to the 2nd level of the blood condensation realm. However, Lu Ping was still worried that his foundation bloodline would cause trouble again. His spiritual energy flowed along with his blood. At this moment, his foundation bloodline also became restless. This time, it fused with the ice attribute tiger bloodline. Like before, it swallowed the spiritual energy from the tiger bloodline. The flood dragon bloodline absorbed the spiritual energy from the tiger bloodline and absorbed it into its own spiritual energy. It didn't fuse with the tiger bloodline. There was no trace of the tiger bloodline in the flood dragon bloodline. His foundation bloodline was still as tyrannical as ever. The only difference this time was that the tiger bloodline that had lost its spiritual energy still existed. It wasn't like the tortoise bloodline, which was completely swallowed by the foundation bloodline. Lu Ping opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of dark red viscous blood. He collected it in a jade bottle he had prepared beforehand. This was the wasted bloodline. But after the foundation bloodline devoured the arcane energy in the bloodline, there was no longer any vitality left in the bloodline. Lu Ping heard that after other cultivators advanced to the blood condensation realm, the wasted bloodline would lose its spiritual energy, but its vitality would remain. This was also an important method that alchemists could use to refine blood-replenishing pills, meridian-stabilizing pills, and other pills to replenish the bloodline when breaking through to the mid-blood condensation realm, late blood condensation realm, and golden core realm. Obviously, Lu Ping's wasted bloodline didn't have this function. Fortunately, on the whole, Lu Ping didn't make any mistakes in his cultivation. He still followed the laws of the cultivation world. It was just that the foundation bloodline was a bit too overbearing. After receiving a large amount of spiritual energy, the foundation bloodline gathered strands of spiritual energy into the space in his heart core. A small condensed blood bead started to form. However, compared to the 2 condensed blood beads that he already had, this condensed blood bead was still very weak. He needed to continue accumulating spiritual energy. Lu Ping took a day to break through to the blood condensation realm and another 3 days to consolidate his new cultivation. Only then did he come out of the mine. De Bao obviously understood that Lu Ping must have obtained some benefits from this closed-door cultivation, so it quickly came up to him to ask for credit. Lu Ping threw a blood purification pill to it. The giant sea turtle was very responsible and didn't move at the entrance of the mine for 4 days. Lu Ping still had a lot of blood vigor pills left over from when he was in the blood refining realm. He took one out and rewarded it to the giant sea turtle. The giant sea turtle obviously knew that this was a good thing and quickly swallowed it. There were only 3 or 4 days left before the opening of Fei Ling Mountain. The battle on Spiritual Medicine Mountain should be coming to an end. Lu Ping planned to go and take a look and meet up with Zhenling and the others. Before he left, Lu Ping dug out a bag of red granite from the mine. Although Lu Ping didn't care about mid-grade spirit ores, he didn't want them for free. Spiritual Medicine Mountain was the shortest among the 5 peaks of Fei Ling Mountain, but it occupied the largest area and had the richest spiritual energy. The largest branch of Fei Ling Mountain was on top of Spiritual Medicine Mountain. At this time, Spiritual Medicine Mountain was already barren. Along the way, there were many traces of battle. Clearly, the battle had ended. The cultivators had gathered according to their sects and were making their final preparations for the trip to Fei Ling Mountain. After another day, Lu Ping, who came alone, attracted the attention of the cultivators in Fei Ling Mountain. Lu Ping, who was treated as a fat sheep, was ambushed 3 times in a row. The first time, it was 2 disciples from an unknown sect. Lu Ping took care of them in a short while. When Lu Ping was in the 2nd layer of the blood condensation realm, he could already kill 4 3rd-layer blood condensation realm disciples that surrounded him. Now that his cultivation had advanced, his strength was naturally much stronger. When he reached the waist of the mountain, cultivators from other sects, who didn't know Lu Ping's background, surrounded Lu Ping again. This time, there were 5 of them, and one of them was a disciple from the Shui Yan Pavilion. Naturally, Lu Ping wouldn't hold back. With the soaring wing sword, he killed 3 of them in the blink of an eye. As for the remaining 2, one used a secret technique to escape, while the other threw a storage bag to Lu Ping and ran away. The 2 battles on Spiritual Medicine Mountain that had already calmed down naturally appeared abrupt, arousing the curiosity of the cultivators on the mountain peak. When they found out that it was Lu Ping, Zhenling's faction quickly sent people to support him. Only then did they manage to avoid a bigger conflict. Lu Ping obtained another 6 storage bags. Apart from the 6th bag, which was left behind by an escaping cultivator to cover his escape, Lu Ping obtained a total of 1,000 stalks of 500-year-old spiritual herbs, 10 stalks of 1,000-year-old spiritual herbs, nearly 10,000 spirit stones, and 5 to 6 bottles of medicinal pills. This was Lu Ping's biggest harvest after entering Fei Ling Island. Lu Ping silently sorted out his harvest. It seemed that the cultivators on Spiritual Medicine Mountain had gained quite a lot. Fortunately, although his 2 battles had attracted the attention of the cultivators on the mountain peak, no one knew who won or lost the battles. Otherwise, they would eventually find out what kind of wealth Lu Ping was hiding. The mountain peak was very close to Fei Ling Mountain, so after the battle on Spiritual Medicine Mountain came to an end, no one left. Instead, they waited here for Fei Ling Mountain to open. Lu Ping listened to Wei Ziheng talk about what happened on Spiritual Medicine Mountain these few days. There were about 140 cultivators from various sects who participated in the battle on Spiritual Medicine Mountain, and in the end, about 30 people died on Spiritual Medicine Mountain. The battle could be said to be tragic. During and after the battle, more cultivators arrived one after another. Now, the number of cultivators on Spiritual Medicine Mountain had recovered to 140 people. At this time, there were 44 cultivators left in Jinling's faction, and 42 cultivators in Xianling Sect's faction. The difference between the two sides was not big. Hai Yan Sect and Shui Yan Pavilion's faction originally had 30 people, but only 17 people were left. The other sect's disciples suffered the most losses. Now, there were probably only about 30 people left. Nearly half of them had died. Fei Ling Mountain was the main peak of Fei Ling Island. It was the location of Fei Ling Sect's giant spirit vein. Although it was now damaged and reduced to a large spirit vein, every 500 years, it was still the main target for cultivators who entered the island. Compared to the Spirit Herb Garden on Fei Ling Mountain, Spiritual Medicine Mountain was just a bonus. More importantly, there were countless cave abodes on Fei Ling Mountain. Because of the weakening of the spiritual energy and the lack of someone to maintain the array formation for a long time, a different number of cave abodes would appear every time Fei Ling Mountain opened. Although the cave abodes of high-level cultivators had been swept clean by Fa Xiang Laozu, there were still a large number of cave abodes for other cultivators. Moreover, it was possible that there were no high-level cultivators' cave abodes that Laozu had missed. Once a core forging enlightened master's cave abode appeared, it would be a battle of life and death. There were still 2 days left. Lu Ping secretly put Debao down and told him to go underground to find the spirit-gathering pearl formed by the source of the spiritual energy. Spiritual Medicine Mountain was formed by a branch of the spirit vein on Fei Ling Mountain. After thousands of years, there might be spirit-gathering pearls forming below it. Spiritual Medicine Mountain was huge, and the earth vein was also complicated. Debao had only found the spirit vein of Spiritual Medicine Mountain in the belly of the mountain after a whole day of digging. Lu Ping was not in a hurry. The formation of this kind of thing was already a blessing, and he was already lucky enough to find it. Compared to other cultivators, Lu Ping was satisfied. On the last day, Debao finally found a spirit-gathering pearl in the spirit vein. Although it was only a miniature spirit-gathering pearl, Lu Ping was still overjoyed and rewarded Debao. Then, he turned his attention to Fei Ling Mountain. However, Debao had already exhausted his spiritual energy and did not have a trace of strength. He lay on the ground and refused to move no matter how many times Lu Ping called him.